Welcome back to OtakuDaiKun. We are going to be continuing our stream of Tsukihime. This is indeed part of the hashtag waifu for laifu charity campaign, I suppose, where we are raising money for the Red Cross to show the world that, yeah, anime fans, regardless of what stuff we like and what people say about the stuff we like, you know, care about the world, we care about people, we care about real issues, and acknowledge that our fiction is just that. Fiction. This is perhaps going to be the final week of this campaign, at least for now. I might start it up some other time later, but yes, that means perhaps between today and Thursday, we will be finishing off Tsukihime, and that'll be the cutoff point for reaching the $2,000 goal that we have, so we're less than $100 away from our goal. And when we hit that goal, I'll be releasing a quite lovely daichan NSFW picture through my Discord and Twitter. But only if we reach that goal by the end of Thursday. That's the idea. Now we shall continue where we left off in Kohaku's route. Let me see if I can remember where we left off. I open my eyes. Thanks to Kohaku-san's medicine, my head is cleared perfectly. I look out the window to the sky. Which is clear too. I feel like something good might happen today. Netflix is doing a CGI Pacific Rim anime preparing March 4th. Do you think it's going to be good CGI? I have no idea. If it's like the Godzilla stuff, I've heard good things about the Godzilla stuff. So I guess I can't really complain there. It's not my personal forte, but After breakfast, I head to school. I thought that I would see how Akiha is doing, but I stopped myself. Hurrying things just makes things worse. I decide to just go to school. Hello! School's just the same as always. Nothing is especially different. Nothing threatens me. In the afternoon, everyone leaves and the school building becomes quiet. For no reason, I just kill time until sunset. Night falls. I don't feel like going back to the mansion. Well, that's not good. I should play around a bit and then decide what to do. Shiki, I don't think you understand what it means to play around a bit. Finishing it up, I resume breathing. In front of me is a new girl's dead body. Yay! Both my hands are painted with blood. It looks like I did it again. I didn't really feel like it, but once I started, I just got into it. It's a bad habit. Well, what should I do with the dead body? My voice is the only thing that echoes in the air. But I hear a weird sound at the end. Who is it? I turn around. I hear footsteps along the path leading to the main street. Sweat trickles from my forehead. It's not that I'm nervous. My body is just so hot. There's something wrong. It's so hot, I'm thirsty. Yes, Karen, Kirei's daughter, is in FGO now. I'm not sure. She looks like a pseudo-servant, so I don't know what kind of, god or whatever is inhabiting her body, but it looks very, kind of glorious. Her noble phantasm, she's like rising in a white veil of sorts with what looks like angels playing, you know, trumpets or some shit. Pretty awesome. I think she deserves it. I think Bazette also deserves it. Very much so. And yeah, I'm doing fantastic. Thank you for asking. The dead body is horribly hot. That's not normal. Biting its neck, I drink the blood. But that isn't enough. My world starts to waver. I've been playing some Ys 9. Wonderful game. Very fun. It isn't my imagination. There's something unnaturally hot in the air. And I'm also working on Salem. The Salem video is finally underway. It's taken me a lot of work, so I hope you all get excited about it. Finally got around to watching Fate Grand Carnival. Had me wondering, could Achilles beat Atalante in a foot race? Even the little skit had Atalante point out her own legend. Yeah. The assumption being that Atalante can pretty much beat anyone, as long as she isn't being, like, distracted by the golden apples. So if there's no foul play involved, it looks like she is perhaps one of the fastest sprinters. But I don't know. It'd be fun to see. There's something unnaturally hot in the air, and the ground is much hotter than the air. The burning heat is screaming a warning at me. Marissa Myers, before you buy, the one thing I want to let you know is that if you buy the digital, what is it, the packed edition or something? I forgot what it is. There were 3 costumes of DLC that are exclusive to the digital version. So I don't know which version you were planning to buy, but I think those 3 costumes are dead sexy and I really wanted them, to the point where digital is where I ultimately went. But it pisses me off when they do that. They should make the physical limited edition with all the goodies, like the definitive version to buy, that comes with everything, including all the goodies for DLC. I don't know why they don't do that. That's such a bullshit thing. And if anything, it's gotten me to stop buying those expensive pre-order boxes, knowing they pull that kind of shit. Which isn't good. I don't think they should want to promote that. A Saber Wars episode of Grand Carnival? I would not be even remotely surprised if they did that. I run, still gnawing at the body. My head tells me that staying here is incredibly dangerous. I escape to school. No one will see me here. I don't know what that was, but... ah, God, here we go again. It is smiling. Behind me, I feel an indescribable heat. I turn around and see what is there. The something that is like red heat. I feel something moving towards me. Damn it. It chases after me. It's a real bother, so I'll just kill it. I grip my knife. The red heat expands. The footsteps of someone approaching me. A careless gait. I don't know what it is, but I lick my lips in anticipation. Oh, hello. Yeah, we know she was struggling, not wanting to have to kill her own broha. My heart screams at me, telling me that I'm no match for whatever that is. I sweat, not because of the heat. After instinct, my mind understands as well. If that catches me, I'm finished. Scared, I escape into the school building. I run up to the 4th floor. If I come up here, it won't follow me this far. What is that, like some kind of video game logic? Why are you smiling? Taking a deep breath, I realize I'm still biting that dead body. How are you laughing with your mouth full like that? I open my mouth. The dead body falls to the ground with a thud. So does that mean you're like carrying a dead body in your mouth while running around? That's pretty impressive. The arms and legs are still attached. I'm hungry right now, so I guess I'll take care of this right here. Huh? I spin around. There's that unknown person. I knew it was you, Nissan. That person speaks. These hands are bloody. At my feet is the dead body. I've been seen. I've been seen where I killed someone. There's no more reason to be afraid. No matter who this is, I have to finish it here and now. Gripping my knife, I run towards the enemy. In that instant, my arm disintegrates. What? Stopping, I leap backwards. I barely avoid that red heat. What the? There's nothing past my elbow. It doesn't hurt. There is no blood. I can see the cross-section of flesh and bone. From there, a chill nausea enters my body. How long do you anticipate this stream to go for? 4 hours. That's my standard. So, yeah. We are now 12 minutes into the stream, so, yeah, 4 hours. I don't understand. The enemy didn't do anything. It seemed like it only stared at my now missing arm. In other words, just a look can kill. Nah, that's not right. Dry footsteps echo through the air. The enemy is coming. That's foolish. If I fall in the enemy's line of vision, I will die. In the dark, I run down the hallway. I make it to the stairs. The footsteps sound closer. I open the window. This is the 4th floor, but I don't care. The difference between my skills and the enemy's are just too great. I have to get close to kill, but the enemy merely has to look. The only way to kill such a thing would be through a surprise attack. For now, I have to get away and kill the enemy later. Outside the window is a web of countless red threads. I stick my body out the window. Instantly, my body burns. Before I burst into flames, I roll back in the hallway. What was... The red threads are wrapped around the school building. I don't understand. There's nothing outside the building, but if I go outside, I'll go up in flames. I hear the footsteps. Damn it! The window is no good. I need to escape. If I don't, I'll die. I roll down the stairs. You could walk down the stairs and make it past the 3rd floor to the 2nd. I can make it. I'm faster than the enemy. No. There's already the red hair behind me. I roll. All of a sudden, my leg is vaporized. I roll again, backwards, away from the stairs. From above, I hear the footsteps of the enemy walking down the stairs. What are you playing, may I ask? Tsukihime, the visual novel. The visual novel that Type Moon made before they created Fate Stay Night. It's getting a remake soon, and so I decided to play the classic one on stream for y'all, because I never did do that. I'm going to talk about about how animation on YouTube, like VisiPop, hella boss? VivziePop? I don't know if I knew what the hell VivziePop was. And what was that? Are people messaging me right now? Getting spam! I don't like spam. Neither as the food or as emails. VivziePop sounds really familiar, though. I don't see what VivziePop has to do with anime. Vinicius Lago, who is the mage? I don't know, there is no mage at the moment here. Oh, the whole has-been hotel thing. Well, yeah, that has absolutely nothing to do personally with kind of my anime fandom stuff. I don't know much about it. With my remaining arm and leg, I escape down the hall. What's this? Shit. I scream. Even though the enemy is still by the stairs, my body feels so cold. Down the hall, that red heat. The hallway is hot enough to sweat, but my body is cool. And then, the part that still felt cool evaporates. But I won't die with such a wound. Like that, I enter a nearby classroom. The footsteps come closer. I don't know how the enemy does it. No, that's not it. The enemy's ability to kill, no matter how I think of it, is so many times superior to mine. It's probably that red heat. But the one controlling that power is awful. It can't hide its presence. And it can't even sense its enemy. Footsteps. The enemy is about to walk past the classroom without noticing me. I calm down. If it's only an amateur with a ranged weapon, it's nothing. The enemy passes the classroom. Then it's simple. I just have to kill from behind. I only have one leg, but that's fine. I'll certainly slice open that brain faster than the enemy can turn around. I go out in the hallway. I see the enemy's back. How careless. The enemy doesn't even notice my presence yet. Full of confidence, I jump. Huh? The enemy turns, surprised. I had at least 5 seconds. It was enough time to kill the enemy 7 times. Was enough time, that is. Supposed to. The enemy turns to face me with merciless eyes. Noise. I'm surprised. You can still move with that body. The enemy speaks. Clang! My knife falls to the ground. Hot. What is this? This enemy did not feel anyone's presence to protect itself. Did not need to feel anyone's presence or to protect itself. Okay, so yeah, this story is about people in hell and people don't want to sympathize with characters that are bad. Basically, that's a pretty classic narrative. Shame, shame. It's like Redo of Healer. It's the same thing. It's like, dude, we get it. He's doing bad things. Bad things happen to him. That's kind of the point. You just watch bad stuff happen. It doesn't mean like, I endorse this activity or whatever. The enemy's surrounding is filled with heat. Just getting close, my skin roasts and it stops my movement. It's because that red hair is wrapping around my limbs. I look up. The clouds part. The freed moonlight illuminates the enemy. Is the enemy confident it's over? The fluttering hair falls down. It is Akiha. I can't speak, but with that, I realize that this is a dream. Goodbye, Nissan. You led me on quite the chase, but it is now over. She looks directly at me. The red hair shoots forth. I can't escape from her gaze. No, that is wrong. The piercing chill from the center of my spine, and then the feeling of everything being taken. So this is wrong. I can still make it. Cut it. Cut that hair. Maybe. Not being able to do anything, my consciousness fades. This is a dream, so I can't see it right now. Why did it end this way? Akiha mutters this like a curse. Then, good work fulfilling your duty as the head of the household. With a smile, Kohaku-san says this. A nightmare. This is a nightmare. This is just a glimpse of the future. This is an undecided future. So I have to hurry back to my own time. That's weird. And then I jump up from my bed. So does that mean Shiki, Nanaya, was just experiencing the dream, or through his dream experiencing what was happening to Shiki Tono, and Shiki Tono just got offed by Sister? If that's really what happened, then that means we don't have to deal with Shiki Tono anymore. I wonder. I suck in air. That was just a dream. Hugging myself, I try to control my breathing. My body is still all here. There are no burn marks on my skin. I feel my back with my fingers. It's wet. All this sweat. I speak as if it's happening to someone else. My entire body is drenched in sweat, as if someone covered me in water. That dream, even after I woke up from it, sweat pours down my forehead. I feel terrible. I get up from bed and suppress the urge to vomit. Die yes, but no. That or Kohaku's fucking with our dreams. Maybe Kohaku's fucking with our dreams, with her medicine. To make me fear Akiha. Maybe that's what he's trying to do, or she's trying to do. Walking towards the window, the wind calms me down a little bit. What a dream. Recalling the dream, I check both my hands. There wasn't any blood on my hands. Well, of course. That was just a dream, so I wasn't covered in blood, nor did I suck any blood. But yesterday morning, what did I do? Didn't I take my hands drenched in red paint while trying to not let anyone see them and wash them clean? You and I are the same, Shiki-kun. That's what she said. I can't remember that well. Tono Shiki was bit by her. I can't remember that well. If there's a habit of drinking blood, I can't think well. It spreads by being bitten. No! I sweep away the dark passions in my brain. But that dream doesn't disappear. There was a me that killed someone. There's the problem. Even though it's in my dreams, I killed someone and didn't feel any guilt. All I did was kill naturally and watch. That's abnormal. Inside my dreams, I wasn't sane. This is different from this me right now. But that's a dream that Tono Shiki saw. So even that insane Tono Shiki has to be me. No. And the Akiha that came to punish me. It might be a dream, but for some reason, I feel like it's a glimpse of the future and start to get nauseous. I hear a knock at the door. Excuse me, Shiki-sama? Are you already awake? Yeah, I just had a bad dream, so I just woke up. Thank goodness. I sweated a lot, so I wanted to change quickly. As usual, Hisui has prepared my uniform. Oh, right. Yeah. Marissa, if you're talking about Ys on the Nintendo Switch, that won't be coming out for a while, apparently. I think it's like June or something? Shit, I don't know. Right now it's only out on the PlayStation 4. I get real dizzy. Shiki-sama! I can hear her voice. I sense her coming closer and raise my hand to stop her. I'm fine. I just was a little dizzy. I'll be fine in a bit. Taking a deep breath, I focus on my heart's rhythm. I wait for the blood to stop pounding in my head. See? All better. I say this with the best attempt at a bright smile to calm Hisui's worries. But I guess I failed. Shiki-sama, please do not overexert yourself. Have I seen White Snake? I have not. Smiling with a face like that troubles me. Hisui says this with a pained expression. Huh? I think this is the first time I've seen her show emotion like this. Nah, that's not true. If I recall in detail, Hisui just looks expressionless, but you can see her emotions if you study her face. I think she shows her feelings too much, so that when I compare her to that girl standing by the window, I feel a big contradiction. Shiki-sama, are you feeling bad after all? No, that's not it, Hisui. I just found it surprising. You've changed a lot since back then. I think you're more cheerful than the time when we were just, when the time we were just watching us. Any other games you're looking forward to? What is it? Persona 5 Striker? That'll be fun, I'll play that, even though it's leftovers, really, at this point, from what Japan got. Same thing with the East, really. Then there's a lot of stuff I don't know if it's actually going to come out. Things like, what is it, the Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, or whatever it's called. That I'm looking forward to, if it ever does actually show up. Lost Belt 7 being connected to Tsukihime. I mean, that would be cool. Or at the very least, just a collaboration event. They can do whatever the hell they want. Is that so? I think your memory is mistaken. Hisui averts her gaze. Yeah, she's different from the quiet, doll-like Hisui from my memory. More importantly, Shiki-sama, are you really feeling well? Yeah, I'm fine. Speaking with you made me feel better. I understand, but Shiki-sama, I think you need to see a doctor. It seems like you're not feeling well since you came back to the mansion. Well, that's true. What's this? You're saying the same thing as Kohaku-san. You sound like it would have been better if I never came back. I meant that as a joke. Yes, Nei-san and I share the same view. What? For an instant, my vision flickers. I can't even speak. I came back to fulfill the promise, but that... the one who gave the ribbon disagrees? Hisui, you say that. Who do you think I came to the mansion for? No. Shiki-sama, you came back here for your own sake. Therefore, there is no need to be bound by any promise from the past. There is still time. You decided yourself to come here, so you can decide on your own to become free at any time. Hisui places my uniform on the desk and walks away. Excuse me. Please forgive my rudeness. Hisui leaves. Left alone, my chest hurts for some reason. I'm not angry at her. No, I can only feel apologetic. There's no need to be bound by a promise from the past. The promise Hisui doesn't seem to care about. The promise that was very important to me. Even when she tells me directly this difference, I feel no anger. The reason's obvious. Hisui, why did you look like you were going to cry? Because of that, I did not blame her. There isn't anyone in the sitting room. Neither Akiha, who's usually already finished eating by now, nor Hisui, who usually stands there like a statue by the wall. Ah, good morning, Shiki-san. You're up early today again. Yeah, morning, Kohaku-san. Greeting her, I glance around the sitting room. It bothers me that they're not here. Kohaku-san, has Akiha recovered since then? Yes, she's healthy now, so there's nothing to worry about. But she is still feeling a bit tired, so she will be resting today. I see. Thank goodness it was nothing too bad. Yes. Maybe you should go see her. She probably wouldn't want you to see her when she just woke up, so she'll probably throw a pillow at you. Kohaku-san tells me indirectly to go have a fight with Akiha. What are the differences between Kata no Kyokai's timeline and Tsukihime? Honestly, at times it feels like Tsukihime is a direct sequel to Kata no Kyokai. I don't know the exact time frame. I forgot what years they said they took place in. I haven't read this particular text before. I mean, obviously they are in the same multiverse, and in games like Melty Blood, you can even play as Shiki Ryogi, which is pretty badass, so it's assumed that they're not too far apart from each other. Certainly seeing Akiha panic so much that she would throw a pillow at me sounds fun. But after seeing that dream, I just don't think I can face her. No, I don't think I will. I don't feel good today, so I don't have the strength to fight her. I see. Akiha-sama also said you don't have to worry too much about her, so you go to school as usual. I don't know enough about Lost Belt 7 at all to answer that question for you. Oh, Shiki-san, did you do something to Hisui-chan? She stares. With a smile, Kohaku-san asks such a thing. Hisui-chan said she could not possibly see you today, so she locked herself up in her room. Something must have really happened in order to make her skip work like that, Shiki-san. Kohaku-san laughs with a frightening smile. Without a doubt, she must think I did something horrible to Hisui. Wait, what? I didn't do anything. If anything, she was the one that scolded me. Hisui-chan scolded you? No, well, that's not it. It's just she told me I shouldn't be too persistent over small things. Hisui-chan is doing some weird things, but I'm relieved. I was worried that you were going to be like Makihisa-sama. Huh? Like my old man? How? Kohaku-san looks away like she didn't mean to say that. No, it isn't anything. It's a trivial matter, so please don't worry about it. You didn't abuse my sister, did you, Shiki? Hey, Kohaku-san, it makes me more curious if you say it like that. As revenge for before, I stare at her. I understand, but keep this a secret from Akiha-sama and Hisui-chan. It isn't too good to speak about Makihisa-sama. There isn't anything to hide about my old man, is there? Well, no. But it isn't a good story to talk about. Don't you remember, Shiki-san? About Makihisa-sama's manic depression? Manic depression? Manic depression means that someone changes moods all of a sudden, from extreme happiness to utter despair and vice versa. Yeah, well, I guess he was like that. He was very kind when he was kind, but he would get extremely angry over little things when he was in a bad mood. Yes, but it was still alright when you were here. But after you were adopted by the Arima family, his condition grew a lot worse. He would yell at Akiha-sama for no reason, and often abuse Hisui-chan. Wait a minute. I know my old man was strict, but he would never do such a... Like I said, this is after you left, Shiki-san. Day by day, Makihisa-sama's manic depression worsened. It was so bad it was more like having two different personalities, rather than having manic depression. He would be set off by the littlest things, but after he calmed down, he wouldn't even remember what he did. During that time, I was taking care of him, and Makihisa-sama told me. I have a violent me within myself. I cannot suppress it with my normal self, and when it appears, I go to sleep. Without reason, I want to destroy everything I see. Back then, it felt like I was watching a bad dream. Makihisa-sama passed away from illness, but the illness was worsened by the illness in his mind. Mental illnesses are a very difficult thing, so I worried, thinking that you might have inherited some of that characteristic. It seems that everyone in the Tono family has some sort of illness, but I guess I was worrying for no reason in your case. Because your illness is anemia, right? It's not like you can't control yourself like Makihisa-sama. Thank goodness. Kohaku-san smiles at me. No. I can't do it like that. I can't feel relieved and smile. Last night's dream. My lust over Akiha. Watching a dream of killing people as if it were natural. The insane Tono Shiki. It's already this late. I'll go prepare breakfast now. Kohaku-san disappears towards the dining room. I can only stare at her in shock. I ate breakfast, but I didn't taste anything. What Kohaku-san said about my old man kept circling in my head, and before I knew it, I was at the gate in front of the mansion. Shiki-san, you didn't forget anything? Hisui-chan is standing in her, is still in her room, Kohaku-san says as she sends me off. Geez, Shiki-san, the weather is so nice today, so you have to cheer up. I can't send you off when you look like that. Yeah, you're right. Sorry, I was just thinking about some things. Giving my head a little shake, I banished the shadows in my mind. Now that's more like the normal Shiki-san. Yes, I can relax now. That's odd. Seeing that smile, I really do feel better. Goodbye, Shiki-san. I'll be waiting for your return. Kohaku-san bows. With that, all of my worries seem to disappear. Thanks, Kohaku-san. I feel better already. Yes, a bright face suits you better, Shiki-san. Thanks. Well then, I'm off, Kohaku-san. Thanking her from the bottom of my heart, I run down the road to school. To school. Going to school. I arrive in the classroom with more spare time than usual. Arihiko is late as usual, so I can't wait quietly for homeroom. Oh, so you can wait. Sorry. I decide to sit in my seat in the noisy classroom and wait for the teacher. The day passes without any trouble. Maybe he went on a trip. Arihiko didn't show up. Trip isn't a metaphor or anything. He does have this strange habit of spontaneously taking trips. It isn't anything cool like roaming the country on a motorcycle. He just goes on sightseeing tours on weekdays with the old people. Jeez, I've known since elementary school, but I've never completely understood his hobbies. I arrive at the mansion. What I didn't think about at the school comes back into my mind. What Kohaku-san said about my old man's split personalities. The hereditary illness of the Tono family. We're halfway to the end. Yes, that's true. And almost reaching the 2,000 donation mark. That's right. The goal between today and Thursday, and it can happen sooner than Thursday, just if people wanted to, is to, breach that last $100 and reach 2,000. And at that point, I will be releasing a special artwork of daichan showering that I think you guys will really enjoy. Like Hisui said, ever since I came back, there's been something wrong with me. It feels like my memories are vague about something. Like Kohaku-san said, I don't think I'm like my old man. But ever since I came back to this mansion, I no longer have full confidence in myself as Tono Shiki. Was my old man really that scary? I do have a vague memory like that, but I can't say for sure. I understand that it's stupid of me to even be troubled by it. But still, I should probably know about the Tono family. I'm back. I call out, but there's no response. Akiha is probably still resting in her room. Kohaku-san and Hisui are probably doing their jobs right now. Well then, come to think of it, this might be a good opportunity. We always gotta go see Kohaku-san because we love her. Her insane ass. I mean, she's got every reason for being insane. Doesn't excuse her behavior, but we certainly understand. Joshua, thank you. We are getting closer. I'll go ask Kohaku-san. I don't remember anything of confirmation regarding a second Kohaku route. Or second Kohaku ending. Eldridge, look at you. Boom. Boom, bam. Hey, how was your birthday, by the way? She seemed pretty knowledgeable about all those things this morning. I don't think Akiha would want to talk about it, and searching my old man's room would take time. I'll probably have the best luck with Kohaku-san. She's probably sweeping in the back. I enter the courtyard. Huh? I don't see her anywhere. I glance around, and then, for just an instant, I see the color of her kimono in the forest. Is there anything to clean over there? Anonymous, kick ass. Booyah! There isn't anything over there. I played in that forest as a child, so I would remember. I used to play a lot in that direction, so over there? Huh? What was that? There should be nothing there, but there's something odd about that. If there's nothing there, then why? Did this garden-like area hold some special significance to me? Ouch! I get a light headache. After a little debate with myself, I follow after Kohaku-san. Deep in the forest, there was another mansion. Detached, I suppose. Deep within the trees, it seems to be hidden from sight from the main building of the mansion. No way. Is this the blood-sucking part? Let me put this up just to be safe. The second end was me making fun of the fact this entire route could have been avoided if Shiki just remembered the right girl. Well, yeah, that's true. No way. My heart convulses. This is the first time I've seen it, but it feels horribly familiar and I start to get dizzy. Kohaku-san went inside. Wait, refresh the donation counter? Whoops, that's not the right thing. No, I didn't mean to do that. Fuck. What you buy? No, it still says 1950. I don't remember what that detached building is. I just have a bad feeling about all of this, and I don't want to go inside. But it would be pretty stupid if I came all the way here, only to go back, so I force myself to continue. I walk around inside. It's a little run down here and there, probably because it hasn't been used in years. Okay, I don't think we have anything to worry about in this particular incarnation of the scene. But it seems like someone may have been doing some maintenance because it isn't dirty. Oh wait, no, he hasn't gone into this room yet. Sorry. Kohaku-san is probably in the Japanese-style room in the back. I absent-mindedly think aloud and automatically walk towards the room. This is all so familiar. The smell of tatami fills the small room. Nope, we're good. Sorry. False alarm! Huh? Shiki-san? Why did you come here? Kohaku-san tilts her head in surprise. I wanted to ask you about something, so I followed you here. Strangely enough, I respond calmly. A talk with me? Yeah. I wanted to talk more about this morning. If this isn't a good place, should we go to the courtyard? I look up to the ceiling. It's almost sunset, so it'll get dark soon. The light in the room probably doesn't work, so we should head somewhere else. Shiki-san, if you want to talk about that, then here is probably better. If we go back to the mansion, we might run into Akiha-sama, and we'll not be able to talk about Makihisa-sama. What would your zombie apocalypse team in FGO would have based on the servants you currently have? I mean, I would just pick all my favorites. Though it does seem like Skahak would be a real boon there, because she's kinda used to killing undead and stuff like that, and Shiki de Yogi would be in my party for sure, because she's good at dicing up them ghosty ghosts types. Things of that sort. And I would trust Artoria with literally anything. Ah, that's right. She'll probably see us. But Kohaku-san, I don't like keeping things secret from Akiha. That's a little difficult. Akiha-sama does not like talking about Makihisa-sama. So if you wish to continue our talk from this morning, then we have to do it where Akiha-sama will not overhear us. Jobless reincarnation. No, I think I've heard a little bit about it, but I'm very weary of isekai now, unless it's like a masterpiece like Konosuba. I'm even really burned out of ReZero. Oh, which Ryogi? Saber or Assassin? Technically I have both, but I'm usually talking about Assassin Shiki, because I like her from the movies. Whereas, even though Void Shiki is like super ridiculously ultra powerful, She's more like, what is it, Maya Sakamoto ASMR to me than the personality that I really enjoy out of Shiki. Does that mean we have to keep it a secret from Akiha? Yes, a secret between me and you, Shiki-san. We can't let Akiha-sama know, or Hisui-chan. Kohaku-san smiles like she's having a lot of fun. Well, having a secret just between the two of us does seem a little exciting, but Kohaku-san, the sun is almost setting. We can't talk here, right? Not at all. This building is still maintained at a level for people to live in, so it has futons already prepared and electricity. Really? But this place hasn't been used for a while, right? Why is it maintained like that? Let's see. Maybe Akiha-sama is just fond of this place. A long time ago, this is where Makihisa-sama's adopted child used to live. Huh? Makihisa, my old man, adopted a child a long time ago? Wait a sec, Kohaku-san. My old man adopted a child? Oh, you don't remember? About 10 years ago, he brought a child here. His parents both died in an accident, so he adopted child. Water time! Water time. That happened, yes, but 2 years later the child passed away. It was a trivial accident, but a lot of the servants began to say that the Tono family was cursed. Wait a minute. Something about her words seems scary. Just hearing them, my vision starts to warp. It's as if the room was made completely of dissolving sugar. Kohaku-san. A child adopted 10 years ago. 2 years later, the child died. In other words, 8 years ago. That's when I had my accident and was sent to the hospital. Accident? What kind of accident was it? An accident that seriously wounded me. An accident that the adopted child was killed in? A hot summer day. I can't remember. All I know is that at the time, my arm seemed to be soaked in blood. Kohaku-san, you said cursed? No, it isn't anything important. It's just that a lot of the members of the Tono family have died young, such as in accidents or suicide or illness, a curse that does not allow them a natural death. Well, that was the rumor anyway. Suicide? What? Some members of the Tono family, like Makihisa-sama, carried mental illness and committed suicide when they became adults. These are just rumors, but it said some of them were murderers before the war. Mental illness? Murderers? Such as seeing dreams of killing people? Such as my memory being extremely vague? Kohaku-san, that... Oh, I'm very sorry. Those are just dark rumors about the Tono family. No, that's fine. That is what I wanted to ask about. If you don't mind, can you continue? About Makihisa-sama? Her tone lowers. Yeah, I nod. Kohaku-san lowers her eyes and then looks directly at me. Shiki-san. What would be her class? I don't know. I don't know what her class would be. People are saying, like, berserker, and I'm like, I hope she's not a berserker. I think she should be an assassin. I mean, that's kind of what she actually is. So, yeah, I'd say assassin if I had a choice. Shiki-san, we spoke about it this morning, but I took care of Makihisa-sama's condition 2 years before he passed away. While you were living with the Arima family, Makihisa-sama would become very depressed at times, and I would have to prepare his medicine. Wait, you said it this morning too, but was he that bad he had to take medicine? Yes. It would not be uncommon for him to walk into the garden at night and kill the pet dogs and cats, or to hurt his own body. And when the night was over, he wouldn't remember a thing, only thinking that it was strange that his hands were painted in blood. What is this? That's pretty much crazy. As crazy as I am in my dreams. No, that's backwards. Am I crazy like my old man? Shiki-san! I hear Kohaku-san's voice. I don't know when it happened, but I'm on my knees on the tatami floor. Shiki-san, you look terrible. If you're feeling poorly, you should rest in your room. Would you add Ku or Robin Hood to your team? I think Robin Hood might be, like, a very good lookout. Ku? I don't know, maybe. I guess he's an all-around pretty dependable guy. Are you going... Oh. Are going to do die time about Attack on Titan Eren personality change? Not really. I'm just watching the show as it comes out, and I don't think that's too much of a insane bit. I don't even know if I'd say his personality just suddenly changed, necessarily, but more that he made up his mind. Tawara Tota would be a huge boon because you wouldn't go hungry. Kohaku-san says this as she grabs my shoulder. With her help, I can stand. Yeah, I'm fine, so I'm somehow able to focus again, but I'm still dizzy. Swirling red and black, my vision strokes between blood and night. The darkness brought about by my anemia now turns into one sheet of red. A red reminiscent of blood. The ease with which I bit the neck of the dead body in last night's dream. It slides down my throat. The taste of warm blood. Thud. Somehow I understand that was the sound of my body hitting the floor. Shiki-san! Kohaku-san dashes toward me. Shiki-san, are you in pain? Shiki-san! No, it doesn't hurt. I want to tell her, but my consciousness is fading. I can't speak. I can't even move a finger. It seems that if I exert myself even the slightest bit, I'll completely lose consciousness. Collapsed on the floor, I try as hard as I can to resist the coming darkness. Don't strain yourself. Please lie down. Kohaku-san speaks to me. She slides me over, with one hand holding my head. Kohaku-san slides a pillow underneath me. Please relax. This will help the blood to flow, right? Her voice sounds so close. I piece together my situation. It seems I'm resting on her lap. How different is the Fate Grand Order manga compared to the game? To be fair, there is no overarching Fate Grand Order manga. There are specific arcs that have been turned into manga, namely the Epic of Remnants. And they do change some things here and there, but for the most part, they're really accurate. I think Salem is probably the biggest change that I've noticed so far in the manga adaptations, because, what do you call it? Chichuba in Salem was being played by the Queen of Sheba, but in the game, she's just wearing her, like, regular First Ascension outfit, which is really skimpy. Whereas in the manga, Chichuba is actually wearing what you would expect, perhaps, of a colonial slave at the time. So sort of like the black garments and the apron and whatnot. Which does make more sense. The time passes quietly. Neither of us says anything. Right now, that silence relaxes my heart. It's so quiet. For some reason, this feels so familiar. Lying down on my side, I stare at the tatami mat floor. After nodding, Kohaku-san checks my pulse. Well, this isn't good. Shiki-san, your body temperature has fallen. I should go back and bring you some medicine. No, I'm fine. I'm used to this, so I'll be fine soon. Today was a little harder than before, but I'll be alright. So can we stay like this a little longer? I can relax better like this. I tell her that, wanting to stay like this a little longer. In that case, Kohaku-san says she stays in place. And then... Shiki-san, you're not scared? Kohaku-san asks me this. Huh? Of what? About your health. About 2 days before you returned here, I received all your information from the doctor. I was not surprised, but felt more like he was deceiving me. Deceiving you? Why? Because you were so close to wavering between life and death, but you could live a normal life. Normally, with a condition like yours, you would be confined to bed. The voice seems not so much full of worry, but more full of anger, almost. Shiki-san, you're different from most people, who can rest assured at night that they'll wake up in the next morning. But you still live normally and do not have fear. I can't understand it. Please answer me. Why are you not scared? I can't come up with a good answer. My weak body, the death that's always close, my eyes that can see death. Maybe that's why I'm just numb to it. Who knows? Maybe I just don't feel like it being real. I don't get it. Do you not feel how close death is? Or is it because your body could die at any moment, so living does not concern you? It's hard to say. Maybe I'm desensitized to death. Being sensitive and seeing it that close every day, it just becomes normal. But I can still say this, Kohaku-san. Since I am so close to death all the time, I can feel life more strongly. I know that living itself is happiness. Like you said, my body isn't that free. But with such a puppet-like body, I want to believe that even talking right now is such a wonderful thing. When will the first Camelot movie be available? Probably not for a while, if we're just now getting the Heaven's Feel Movie 3 soon on Blu-ray. Your best bet would be finding like a cam rip at this point, because there is no official version of it that we can distribute at the moment until that Blu-ray comes out. That's right. More than thinking about my body, I want to treasure the present. If I had the time to worry about dying, I should be enjoying the present more. I see. I think it could very well be this year. I just don't know when. There's always like an arbitrary wait, even if they have everything prepared and ready to go. I see, your heart is free, isn't it? Quietly, as if she's singing, Kohaku-san says this to herself. Her fingers run through my hair gently. Kohaku-san. I look up. I see. Aww. Oh, Kohaku-san, she needs a hug. She gives her a big hug. Her smiling very peacefully. Her smile that I should be so used to seeing. But it seems like it's the first time I've ever seen her smile. Time just passes by. She lightly runs her fingers through my hair. I feel the warmth of her body from her legs. The nostalgic smell of the tatami mats. It's also comforting my eyelids slowly start to close. She has a gentle look on her face. If I can sleep like this, it would be... That's funny. Really like this. I feel like this is the first time I've seen you smile, Kohaku-san. I feel like I'm falling asleep. Is this right? Shiki-san, you must be really sleepy. That's fine. If you're happy, then. If this makes her smile, I want to do this forever. In the middle of this dark room, I want to feel her closer to me, and I reach out my hand. Shiki-san? My fingers touch her. My fingers trace the lines of her face. They brush her smooth skin and her red hair. And reach her hair, and then... Kohaku, you came here ahead of me? Vigorously opening the screen door, Akiha enters the room. Cock-block! No! Wholesome time over. What? Kohaku-san's fingers suddenly stop moving. What are you two doing? Akiha's emotionless voice. Akiha! This is not what you think. I stand up in a hurry. I just tell her to calm down. There's nothing wrong or anything suspicious. We haven't done anything, and all Kohaku-san did was watch over me after I collapsed. Wait, Akiha, I just collapsed, so Kohaku-san was... It's over before I can finish. Akiha stares at Kohaku-san and enters. It's only a moment after. Slap! The dry sound echoes through the room. What? There wasn't even time to stop it. Akiha just walked in and slapped her. Kohaku-san takes a few steps back. It must have been pretty hard. Akiha, you... Nissan, this place is off limits. If you are feeling well, please go back to the mansion. I don't care about that. Why'd you hit her? Why not? This is an old, decrepit building. What was she thinking having you rest here? Just for that? She was taking care of me. Just that? What do you mean, Nissan? It would not be surprising if this place collapses. An earthquake could cause the ceiling to collapse. To take care of the eldest son of the Tono household in such a place means she doesn't have the discretion proper for a servant. Akiha, there's some things you shouldn't say. Kohaku-san didn't do anything wrong. I was the one that called her here anyway. Oh? You're going this far to protect Kohaku, Nissan? Her gaze sharpens. She looks like she did in that dream. A gaze that looks close to malice and hatred. In front of me, in reality, there's a nightmarish Akiha. Huh? My pulse tightens. Was I hallucinating? For an instant, around Akiha, I thought I saw something terrible. I understand. If you say that, then I will not say anything else. But Nissan, from now on, please do not come here. If you can even do that, then I have some ideas too. Oh, sorry, if you cannot even do that. It must have been an illusion. There isn't anything strange around her, but why? The danger I feel from her makes me uneasy. We're going back, Kohaku. Nissan, go back to your room. Akiha walks away. Kohaku-san. I call out to Kohaku-san, who is still looking down. Kohaku-san? Are you all right? Yes. All right about what? She says this casually. With her usual smile, she looks up. That isn't a forced, empty smile. She really is smiling. As if Akiha never even hit her. Well, then, Shiki-san, let's go back. Akiha-sama found out, so you shouldn't come back here again. Akiha-sama would really punish you for sure. Laughing at her own joke, she leaves the room. It's probably because both of them are acting strange. I can't go back right away. How do you level up Mashu? You level up Mashu the same as any other servant. However, in order to raise her maximum level, that is based on events in the story. So you have to play through the story to unlock further ascensions of Mashu. And they happen automatically. I eat dinner alone and go back to my room. I guess Akiha was still feeling poorly because she wasn't there. Kohaku-san made me dinner with her usual cheery mood, and then went to take care of Akiha. I wonder if Kohaku-san is feeling uneasy. It would seem that Kohaku-san doesn't resent Akiha at all. It seems like Hisui is over what happened this morning and is taking care of me. Hisui took half a day to get over it, so maybe Kohaku-san is a lot stronger. Lying down on my bed, I let out a big sigh. I must be tired. Recently, as soon as night falls, I've been falling into bed. I'm sorry, Caitlin P. I did kind of steal that. I feel like nothing concerns me and I try to go to sleep. That's odd. I can't concentrate. I just feel that any question being asked by someone just starting out would be worth answering on the stream itself, too. I stare at the ceiling. My eyes start to close. Again, I don't think about anything and fall into a deep sleep. That's no good. When Shiki sleep, people die. Dun dun dun. Burning. Burning. Burning! My skin is burning. I can't sleep like this. I got up to drink some water. And then found myself in the city at night. Repeating my hot breathing, I look at the people passing by. There are only 2 or 3 of them tonight. If possible, I want to find a lone girl who is about my age. Hot. I see my reflection in the mirror, breathing wildly. It looks like I'm running a high fever. Hot. I can't stand this burning. There. I don't need to get any closer. I grab her from behind and make her pass out. I pick her up and take her with me. I start to smile. I endured it for so long, and now everything is over. I decide to do it here in the end. The reason is simple. Because this was the killer's lair. Burning. My breathing fills the air. What other new classes? I have no idea. I think they have enough classes as is, personally. They just need to create more servants to fit in them. Soon I can taste her. Then I start my meal. Biting into her neck, I suck the blood. It is unbelievably sweet. The sensation is really terrifying. If it is this sweet and feels this good, I may just become a captive to this sensation in place of that killer. The night is deep. Above my head is the silver eye bearing witness to my sin. With blood-smeared lips, I look up at the night sky with eyes full of amusement. Fluttering hair. Above is the spiraling sky. What a beautiful silver moon. Like a snake watching the blood-sucking demon. Evil at every corner. Dun-dun-dun-dun! I leap out of bed, unable to take it any longer. Holding back the urge to vomit, I breathe like some sort of animal. What was that just now? A dream? It was a dream, but what was that? It's different than what I saw 2 days ago. The feeling of walking the streets at night. The smell of blood lingering in my nose. The sound of dragging the girl who was close to my age. All of it is fresh in my memory. Was that something you could call pleasure? It was pure excitement condensed like a bullet fired straight into my head. My breathing stops, just thinking about it. Then perhaps that impact could be something called pleasure. Why did I? That kind of dream. I look down at my hands. Of course they're pure white without a trace of red blood on them. But for an instant, I saw both of my hands covered in red. What, you too? Huh? This is the first time I've seen another killer besides myself. That's right. I did have that conversation. The same city doesn't need 2 killers. I'll give you this place. But when was that? Why can't I remember? Certainly I feel like I had that conversation with someone. But I just can't remember. Was it real, or was it just an empty dream? I just remember that the killer said I was the same as him. That's strange. Why is it? All mixed up in my head. So me and a friend was talking if a famous sniper was summoned in FGO. Someone likely Vasily Vastiev? Or no, Vaitsev? Would he be an archer or an assassin? You could honestly be either, in my opinion. I earnestly try hard to remember about last night's dream. My head pounds. I can't remember. When I try to remember about yesterday, I feel the urge to vomit. I'm scared. I'm scared of the fact that I can't remember. It feels like a Tono Shiki I don't know is killing people, and in order to hide it, is deceiving the Tono Shiki that is me. And I sense someone in the hallway. Who's there? I call out. Who'd you think it was? Please excuse me, Hisui says as she enters the room. It's just a normal morning scene. Is it because she's acting so naturally? My pounding heart instantly calms down. Good morning, Shiki-sama. Hisui? Yes, it is time, so I have prepared your change of clothes already. Shiki-sama, are you not feeling well? Nah, that's not it. I feel fine. There's nothing wrong. I get up from bed as if to prove my words. Morning, Hisui. I'll go to the sitting room after I change, so please go ahead of me. Yes. Well then, please excuse me. Hisui quietly closes the door and leaves. After watching her go, I take a deep breath. Why am I feeling down like this? Probably because I found out that my old man's illness yesterday. Just because my symptoms are similar to his? Maybe I'm being too paranoid. Yeah, ever since I came back, I've been so tired. I shouldn't think about that dream. Well then, it's almost 7. Like yesterday, I should be able to enjoy the morning. And then, unthinkingly, I step into the sitting room and it hits me that I forgot something very important. Oh crap. I swallow my words. Akiha, Hisui, and Kohaku-san are in the sitting room. Everything seems just like normal. But after what happened yesterday, I'm sure it'll be really awkward. Akiha and Kohaku seem to have reached an understanding, but I haven't spoken with Akiha yet. Thinking how Akiha acted yesterday, I'm pretty sure she's still mad at me. Good morning, Nissan. Did you sleep well? Huh? And Akiha greets me with a big smile. My mind freezes at such an unexpected event. Akiha still has a big smile as I just stand there. Akiha's way too cheerful, and it makes me think she's planning something. Shiki-sama, would you care to sit down? Yeah. If you want me to sit, I will. I fearfully look at Akiha as I sit down across from her. Morning, Akiha. You seem to be in a good mood today. Is that so? Certainly I feel much better, so I probably look less pale than before. No, it is far beyond not looking pale. Anyway, first I have to thank you. I really wanted to thank you yesterday, but I was feeling rather ill and did not have an opportunity. Akiha looks directly at me. There isn't even a trace of yesterday's coldness. It also seems that the air of danger has just disappeared. Thank me? I didn't really do anything to deserve that. That's not true. You took care of me when I was sick, right? Because you embraced me, I was determined. I was extremely happy that night. She says something that catches me totally off guard. And then, I feel incredibly heavy pressure against my back. I glance behind me. There, Hisui and Kohaku-san stare at me in a manner far different than usual. Akiha? Don't see things that might give people the wrong impression. You were in so much pain, I just supported you, that's all. Oh? I suppose wrapping your arms around me is just supporting me? You wrapped your arms around him. Akiha giggles softly, staring. They're staring at me. The stares of the two behind me get even heavier. Now look, you're acting odd. Are you enjoying making fun of me? Yes, a lot. Looking at your troubled face is fun. This is just too weird. Is this really Akiha's personality? You have some strange hobbies. Bothering me in the morning and lecturing me last night. Well, I thought so at first, but you really must have something against me. I end with a sigh. All of a sudden, Akiha averts her gaze. I'm very sorry. What I did yesterday was stupid. There was something wrong with me, and I've already apologized to Kohaku. You apologized to Kohaku-san? I blurt this out in surprise. If Shiro didn't have Avalon, I'd like to think that Shiro would have accidentally summoned himself. That would have been pretty cool. Or what if he summoned Kiritsugu Assassin? That would have been crazy. I blurt this out in surprise. Not only did she apologize, but she apologized to Kohaku-san. Hey, Nissan, just what kind of person do you think I am? I was at fault, so it's only natural that I apologize to Kohaku, right? When she says that, I get a vague mental image of her acting as a strict mistress. Nissan, you're really thinking of something bad, aren't you? She's sharp, As happy as she is, it doesn't do anything to dull her sense of perception. They haven't asked me to skip a scene in ages. Shiki-san, I hate to ruin your fun, but would you like some breakfast? It's almost time, so I thought I should make some. Oh, I forgot. I'm not so much hungry as I am thirsty, though. Oh, that won't do, Shiki-san. You collapsed yesterday, so you need to eat to regain your strength. Even if you don't feel like eating, you should have some food. What she says is true, but I don't feel like it right now. After seeing that dream, I can't bring myself to eat. Nei-san, if Shiki-sama does not feel well, I do not think you should force him. Hisui-chan, you are too indulgent when it comes to Shiki-san. Huh? Shiki-san, you're not feeling well again this morning? Kohaku-san stares at me. As if on cue, Hisui and Akiha add their serious stares on me as well. I guess I really can't go on fooling myself. To tell the truth, I do feel a little under the weather. I can eat, but could you make it something I don't need to chew? I feel pretty bad, and I can't really taste anything. Oh, then you have coronavirus? No, that was... What? We're like 21 years ahead of that. Thank you very much. After telling the truth, Kohaku-san says, "Oh, I see," and looks a little downcast. As the one in charge of cooking, she probably feels something about what I said. You're right, Rin did summon Shiro earlier than that. So in order for Shiro to be able to summon someone else, not only would he not have to have Avalon, but he would also need Rin to summon someone else instead. Shiki-sama, I think you're not feeling well because there was a change in your environment. So if the mansion is not suitable for you, maybe you should go back and live with the Arima family for a while. Hisui's opinion is driven by a sincere concern about my health. Ever since I came back, my life has been strange. Since that promise from 8 years ago has apparently been forgotten, maybe it is better for my health if I go back and live with the Arimas. Yeah, that may be good too. Although I've only been here for a week, if I don't seem to get used to it soon, I'll leave for a while and go regain my health. Well, that may be jumping the gun a little bit, I add. And then, suddenly Akiha stands up on her sofa. Oh, that will not do, Nissan. You finally came back, so please do not leave again. If you say you're going to leave one more time, I will kill you, Nissan. Akiha smiles as she says that joke and disappears toward the lobby. Hisui-chan, it's time for Akiha-sama to go to school. Please accompany her to the door. I'll be taking care of Shiki-san's breakfast. With a simple yes, Hisui walks after Akiha. Well then, I'll make you something easy for you to eat. Please wait, just a moment. Kohaku-san walks quickly toward the kitchen. I sit on the sofa, dumbstruck. I will kill you, Nissan. Those words won't leave my head. Spartacus? I would have not become a Fate fan if Shiro summoned Spartacus instead of Artoria, I'll just say that. It's probably because even though it was a joke, it didn't sound like a joke to me. Not after your dreams. Noon arrives. As usual, Arihiko is skipping school. I guess I'll go to the cafeteria. I don't feel like eating by myself here. Maybe if I go to the lively cafeteria, my appetite may pick up. As expected, the cafeteria is full of people. After waiting in a long line, I buy the tried and true meal set A and walk to the table. Listening to the voices of everyone else, I begin to eat. And then, for a moment, I see a terrible image. Is it the television screen? I gape at the large television mounted on the wall at the end of the cafeteria. At my school, they record the morning news. Yeah, we get it. No way. I watched the news in amazed horror. Shown in the television is the alley that I saw last night in my dream. The newscaster was talking. On the screen, the words "vampire serial killer's new victim" appears in bloody lettering. It appears that girl was saved. The girl's in the hospital recovering from having her blood drained. She's still unconscious. Chances of recovery are unknown. The identity of who attacked and stole her blood is also unknown. The picture of the girl on the television is unmistakably that girl from last night. That means there's one thing that isn't unknown. The criminal who attacked her is without a doubt. I start to feel faint. How come? That was a dream. It had to be a dream. But in reality, the same person in my dream had her blood sucked out the same way in the... The same person in my dream had her blood sucked out the same way in my dream. That vampire should be gone already. I killed Yumizuka with my own hands. Those killings, they shouldn't be happening anymore. I killed? Yes, I killed. Just like the time when I killed Yumizuka. While breathing hard last night. That woman I never met. Didn't I tell you, Shiki-kun? It's useless to resist it. What are you talking about? You're more of a killer than I am. Resisting the urge to throw up, I get up from my seat. I can't go back to class. I find myself running into the city. This is bad! I come to the place I saw in my dream. There are several policemen around the area, and red tape reading "Police line do not cross" is stretched across the alley. Exactly the same. Without a doubt, this is the place I went to in my dream. No, it wasn't a dream. I can't delude myself into thinking that it's a dream any longer. Even if I stay here longer, the cops will only stare at me. I can't go back to school now, so I guess I'll go back to the mansion. Sorry, I'm getting a stretch. Ugh. It's mighty cozy in my chair today. Bundled up away from the freezing cold outside. Since it's not even 2 o'clock yet, Hisui isn't waiting in the lobby. I can say I got lucky. I don't feel like seeing anyone right now. I glance at my reflection in the window. The pale face looks like a completely different Tono Shiki. Myself that seems like another person. That dream seemed like it belonged to another person. That which cannot be noticed, the traces of killing that only remain in my memory. Dizziness. Before me, my vision goes black. No! I'm not the same as my old man! Desperately fending off the dizziness, I try to stay upright. My old man. I can go to the old man's room and I can find out about his illness. If I do that, I can confirm that I'm not the same. If I am the same, then there might be a way to help myself. Go to the room, we go there now, to read your daddy's things. His room is on the first floor in the western part of the mansion, next to Kohaku-san's room. It was fortunate that I left school early. At this time, no one else is around. I pull out my knife and take off my glasses. I try to cut the line on the door's lock and put my glasses back on. The room was not locked. My old man's room was just like it always was. Nearly all of the rows of books are educational reports, and nothing catches my attention. What I want right now is my old man's journal or notes. The old man was extremely methodical. There certainly seems to be something like that lying around here somewhere. Of course, they're not just lying about where anyone can see them. Maybe they're locked away somewhere. I should probably look in these desk drawers first. This isn't the time to be fooling around. Taking off my glasses, I look at the lines. Using my knife, I cut the lines on the drawer. Inside there appears to be some old document bundled together with what seems to be a journal. First, I look at the old documents. This is my family tree. Definitely. Right after Tono Makihisa is written Tono Shiki and Tono Akiha. And right after that, the words Nanaya is written there. My old man, he adopted a son 10 years ago? But he passed away shortly thereafter. 10 years ago, that would mean I was just in elementary school. That long ago, it was only natural that I wouldn't remember. Let's see. The heads of the household have had pretty short lifespans. My old man died before he was 50, and before that, before 30 in an accident. Before that, 18 years of age with suicide. No, wait a second. No matter how you look at it, this is strange. Looking through the family tree, all members of the Tono household have died strangely. Madness, accidents, murder, disappearances, stillbirth. Not one of them lived a long life, or even died peacefully. What? This entire document is filled with horrible fates. Even worse, most of the causes of death are madness. Most of these ended up taking their own lives. That's strange. All of this is strange, but I can't exactly place my finger on it. Next is my old man's journal. I picked up the journal, which has a relatively new binding. My heart starts to pound. My heart seems to understand that I shouldn't be opening this, but I can't turn back now. Swallowing hard, I open my old man's journal. There was a demon lurking inside the Tono bloodline. The opening statement is in those lines. And that isn't just a simple metaphor. The ancestors of the Tono were a mixed breed of something human and non-human. We, being their descendants, also have this element of something non-human in our blood. In regards to our blood, there are those with strong and those with weak non-human blood. Those with weak non-human blood can live their lives as ordinary people, but those with strong non-human blood can never live a normal life. Those with strong Tono blood are born with special powers. It could be a body that is resistant to death, it could be an ability to move things without touching them, or it could be fangs used to take bodily fluids from other people. But this is blood. When this blood becomes too strong, the members of the Tono family start to gradually lose their sanity. The majority of those become demons that feed on human flesh. The head of the Tono household carries the responsibility of punishing those who have turned into such monsters. It's messed up. My old man, what was he trying to say? Writing so seriously about something that's more like a fairy tale. The journal turns more into the old man's rant. The date is roughly 9 years ago. The handwriting starts to get erratic. I am no longer able to suppress my raging blood. I was able to obtain an orphan from a family of synchronizers, so this should help me strengthen my mind. However, it really is only a matter of time before I go insane. It's terrifying. When I come to, I find that I can't remember half of the day. During that time, I'm forcing my inversion impulse on that child. If this keeps up, it's only a matter of time before I completely lose my sanity and turn into a beast. I don't even know how much time I have left to remain as myself. No. If that child is here, then I can probably last for a few more years. But that child will not be able to bear that. After that child breaks, I will have to take my own life. It is incredibly ironic. I eliminated so many things in order to preserve myself, but in the end, I'll probably just have to commit suicide. Or maybe this whole curse, or maybe this is the curse of the Nanayas. I end up adopting his son, but I guess I couldn't lift their grudge with such a thing. But I can't make up for the events of the past. If death is waiting for me, then I must accept it when the time comes. But until then, I must protect my children. Akiha's blood is weak. Unless she wishes it herself, she doesn't have to suffer the same fate. The problem is Shiki. That child is incredibly close to me. More than anything else, I do not want that child to suffer my fate. If the Tono blood is unnatural, I need to distance him as much as possible from the Tono name, and see how he will fare. I let out a deep breath and expel the air from my lungs. I take a deep break from reading. It makes me sick. The contents of my old man's journal are so far away from reality that it's plain weird. My old man didn't just have manic depression. Rather, he just became violent without his knowing. Just like Tono Shiki right now. That's strange, but that isn't what concerns me. He writes Shiki and Akiha strangely. Looking back to the family tree, I see that Akiha using the Chinese characters from Autumn Leaves, while Shiki is written with using the characters of Four Seasons. The characters of Four Seasons can certainly be pronounced as Shiki. But the characters in my name are intention and esteemed. I have a feeling that I'm thinking too hard about that will be bad, but my train of thought does not stop. What are these synchronizers? Maybe the adopted child? But I feel that's wrong too. Anyway, I've only read halfway through all of this. If I read through it completely, I might come up with a solution. But do I really want to find out? Do it. I feel like vomiting. I can't stay standing. Hurry. I must hurry to the back of my room and sleep. It feels like there's something wrong with my head. But still, I decide to go back reading the journal. The rest of it seemed to be a record of some sort. The date starts in the summer of 8 years ago, and about a month after that. I don't understand it yet, but I continue to look through it. Month, day. My son Shiki succumbed to his Tono blood. Shiki, he killed my adopted son who happened to be there. The adopted son is the heir of the house Nanaya. I guess it is a blessing in all the unfortunate events that he's in the same family as the synchronizers, like Kohaku and Hisui. Sorry that he isn't in the same family. Shiki's inversion impulse is terrible, so it was determined that he must be eliminated. I have my duty as the head of the Tono household, but killing my own son is difficult. The Tono blood is stronger in Shiki than in Akiha. Talking about potential, I feel the older origin in Akiha's blood, but Shiki's Tono blood runs much stronger. I assume that's why Shiki inverted before he became an adult. Shiki's powers are immortality and fusion. Shiki could not manage the awakened powers and as a result, killed the adopted Nanaya child, taking his life. I have to say, it was a superb job for him using his powers for the first time. Both Shiki and the adopted son managed to escape death. The problem of maintaining appearances to normal society still remains. Archangel Glenn, thank you! Noise. Shiki has killed the adopted Nanaya child. I have covered up the incident, but Shiki cannot be shown to the public. The wound I gave him wasn't healed and his figure has been transformed. He is not in a condition to be brought in front of others as Tono Shiki. He cannot be called a human either. The Nanaya child still lives. As long as he lives, I've decided to use him. If there are any disagreements, I would like to hear them. Complementarity, the Nanayas are a family that produces killers. If that adopted son happens to stay alive, the link between him and Shiki may corrupt Shiki's mind. Even if Shiki regains his sanity, I cannot deny the possibility of the Nanaya child's influence turning him into a killer. To prevent this from occurring, we must have him somewhere we can keep... We must have him somewhere where he... Water time! Sorry. We must have him somewhere where we can keep an eye on him, but we cannot allow him near the Tono mansion either. The librarian caster, nice. Yeah, I don't know anything about her story. Her lore. Her noble phantasm's pretty damn cool, though, and I like the sound effects whenever she hits people. She's a very musical servant. I should have raised him by an appropriate branch of the family. Or have him raised, rather. The Tono blood that is awakened within Shiki. Maybe it's because he was so close to death, but he regained his sanity like before. But I don't know if something will cause him to invert again. Even though it tears me apart, I cannot allow Shiki near the Tono mansion either. I place him in the care of a trusted servant. I put my adopted son from the Nanaya family into the care of another branch of our family. Akiha hates me. Akiha has lost both her brothers at the same time, so I suppose it's only natural. I start to raise Akiha as the next head of the household. Akiha has more than enough talent to carry her duties as the head of the household. Shiki may have the ability of immortality, but Akiha has the power to plunder. As siblings, both of them have the ability to share and take life energy. It is regretful. If only she had been born 10 years ago, I would have been able to eliminate the Nanayas without the help from the Kishimas. There we go. There we go. That's it. Yeah, this wasn't in the Hisui part, I don't think. That or I wasn't paying enough attention. I would have been able to eliminate the Nanayas without the help from the Kishimas, so it's finally revealed that the, Makihisa is the one who killed Shiki Nanaya's family, our protag's family. But he did it with the help of the Kishimas. But I have to be careful. Her ability to plunder is a double-edged sword. She might plunder someone's entire concept while plundering their heat. Like me, I have to teach her how not to attract the curse of an enemy. Akiha tried to visit the Arima residence. I cannot let her and my adopted son see each other. I placed her in a boarding school so that her freedom is limited. That's why. Recently, my condition has been getting worse. It seems like the daughter of the synchronizers is not enough now. For the first time in a long time, I've come back to myself. Who are the Kishimas? They are another family. Let's look up Kishima Koma for you real quick. Oh, they're a subfamily of the Tonos, but with much stronger demon blood running through them. For the first time in a long time, I've come back to myself. How many months has it been since I last picked up this pen? There probably will not be a next time. I will have to finish writing here. I gave instructions for this to be given to my daughter Akiha after my death. I don't know if Akiha will ever read this, but if she does read it, it is to be destroyed. That is my only request for my daughter to fulfill. Well, that didn't happen. What is this? The child adopted 10 years ago? I completely forgot about that. I killed him? That summer day 8 years ago when I received that wound. He killed me? That summer day 8 years ago when I received this wound. Nausea wells within me. I feel sick. That memory that I had forgotten until now runs through my head. I understand. Everything has been written down, so I have to accept it. Besides, everything falls into place. The reason I was adopted by the Arimas, the reason I was disinherited as the eldest son. It's nothing. In other words, I, Shiki, was only a replacement for the one named Shiki. What is this? Cursing myself, I toss the journal to the side. There's no need for me to investigate any further. Staying here any longer is just a waste of my time. The day ends. Collapsed on my bed, I just keep on thinking about the same thing. Thinking calmly. There were only two things I found out from that journal. That, one, I'm not part of the Tono family, and two, that the Nanaya lineage turns out to be a large number of killers. I don't have any blood ties to Tono Makihisa. In other words, those dreams of murder have to be my own. If that's the case, there's only one thing left to do. I hear voices coming from the lobby. I wonder if Akiha is back. I get up from bed. I want to hear the truth from Akiha. I don't know if she read the journal. She may have. Gathering up my courage, I knock on the door. Akiha, I want to talk. Huh? Nissan, please come in. Her voice is bright and cheerful. Taking a breath to compose myself, I open the door. It certainly is rare for you to come to my room like this, Nissan. Just like this morning, Akiha has a smile on her face. Thank you, Anonymous. Who is Demon King in Konosuba? Pfft, I forgot. Hog shark? A shark? Just like this morning, Aki has a smile on her face. Seeing that, I just stand there wordlessly, wanting to go back. I guess, after all, I have felt that myself as Tono Shiki and my sister, Tono Akiha, are important to me. But still, there is something I have to ask her. Akiha? Yes, what is it, Nissan? Akiha appears to be looking forward to a fun conversation. Oh boy. Gritting my teeth, I look at her seriously in the eye. Please tell me about the Nanaya family. I think I have a right to know. In that instant, Akiha freezes like a puppet whose strings were cut. Oh, it was you, Peacemaker. I see. Have I watched John Wick? I'm going to be watching it this Saturday. With the rest of my family. We do family movies each Saturday, so I will be. Hey, look at that! Someone just went ahead and finished off the goal. And with that, we have reached $2,000! I think that's pretty damn awesome. I am very proud of y'all. It's hard to tell, how far $2,000 will go to somebody like in the Red Cross compared to, I don't know, just more staggering amounts of money that something like a GDQ does. But damn, that's the whole point though, isn't it? You all are giving so much while we're enjoying Tsukihime, so I have mad respect for that. And yes, after this stream, you can check on Twitter and my Discord server. Those are probably the two best ways to show it because they don't care about nudity. And I will show off that daichan and probably keep creating more. But yes, again, thank you so much. Oh, you're absolutely right, Archangel Glenn. You are absolutely right. It's just that I don't have... This being the very first time I've ever done this, I can't necessarily comment on how much that is to them. How do you join my Discord? You, let me just double check that you can in fact do this. You, while you're watching this video right now, literally all you have to do is click on the description of this video, and there is a link to my Discord right then and there. That's all you gotta do. And it will be in the NSFW section, so you do have to go to, like, what is it, the welcome page, and, like, assign yourself. That, the NSFW roll so you can actually see it, but that's nice and easy. What is next? Well, we're going to continue this stream between today and Thursday, and we'll see. I'm probably going to be shutting down the Waifu for Laifu temporarily in the endeavor of just trying to bring my channel back to normal speed. And then, who knows, once I get ahead of things again, or we have something really popular worth streaming, I will jump on that and raise some money. But I think we'll do some regular Super Chat streams for the next little bit after this. Well, I can definitely say for sure that if I'm able to stream Tsukihime, the remake, in English, you can bet your ass I'll do it with charity. Akiha wordlessly stares at me. If you won't answer, then I'll rephrase my question. My old man, Tono Makihisa, had two personalities, right? And not just him. Almost all members of the Tono family have some sort of illness. I used to think that's what I had, but that's wrong. Am I planning on playing Plus Disc in Kagetsu Toya? Maybe. Maybe. I know that sometime next week, I will be getting Dai-chan in to stream some Honey Pop 2, so that'll be a exciting little endeavor. I want to take a little bit of a break at the very least before jumping back in. Why not just finish Tsukihime with normal super chats? Because people might still want to donate. I've dedicated Tsukihime to donations, so I'll just stick with it till the end. But that's wrong. My anemia came from that incident 8 years ago. Because I know. You were adopted by the Tono family, right? Saying that, she smiles for some reason. Akiha? She slowly and elegantly walks to the window as if she was in a play. The curtains billow in the breeze. Placing her hand on the window, she turns around. Just to make that, CG for us. Nissan, you were adopted by the Tono family. Your real name is Nanaya Shiki. As you say, your health condition is due to that accident 8 years ago. You appear to already know that the members of the Tono family are different than most humans. Yeah, I said Honey Pop 2, because that shit just came out and I'm psyched to play it. I love me some waifu puzzle games. There needs to be more of those. There really aren't enough. Because puzzle games by themselves are boring. Or rather, it's just, I don't know, you add the waifu aspect and the dating to it, and I'm just like glued. Your Turn to Die. It's a browser game that might be up your alley. Maybe. I'll look into it. Akiha succinctly says the same thing that I would have had the most difficulty asking. Akiha, that... It's okay. It was only a matter of time, and I did not like hiding it. Now that you know, there's no need. No, maybe there never was a need. Then there's no need to put up with any of this. Is that not right, Nissan? Akiha says this with her voice full of confidence. Akiha. So, like I thought, Yes, you are the one father adopted 10 years ago, but you do not remember it. Do you remember the Shiki who used to play with us? No, I don't. That's right. It's because father hypnotized you. Shiki was someone who could not resist his Tono blood. You may not remember it, but that day 8 years ago, you protected me from Shiki. You sacrificed yourself to protect me from that bloodthirsty Shiki. That is how you were killed by Shiki, and Shiki was killed by father. It is the duty of the head of the Tono household to dispose of those who are no longer human. Killed? But I'm still alive, right? Yes. By a miracle, you survived. You remember what happened afterwards, right? You were taken to a hospital, and the day you returned, you were adopted by the Arima family. That is when Father hypnotized you. You were not fully healed, so your heart and mind was weak. Will you do the remaining succubus scenes? Oh, yeah. Probably. I don't see a reason not. What's funny is I don't think I've even done them all myself. I see. Then that's enough. If you understand, then there's no more need to talk. I'm not a member of the Tono family, right? Then you don't have to force yourself to call me brother. Soon I, an outsider, should leave this place. Don't get me wrong, Nissan. I do not call you Nissan for the sake of society. Do you not remember? Even before you were killed by Shiki, I called you Nissan. It had nothing to do with you being adopted. I knew that from the very beginning you were not my true brother. And you accepted that too. So no matter what you think, you are Tono Shiki. So please stay here in this mansion. Akiha's words make me happy, but I don't understand. Why does she accept me, an outsider? Why? I'm not even your real brother. Goodness, after I've said all this, you still do not understand? You are the one I will call Nissan. Even if you do not wish it, I just want you by my side. Because I love you, Nissan. What? Akiha says something totally unbelievable. I'm happy that she likes me as her... Bleh. I'm happy that she likes me as her brother. But as long as this situation remains, I can't be here. No, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. You see, Shiki is a killer, but I'm just a killer like him. A killer? What do you mean? I can't keep it a secret any longer. Everything I did up until now. The dream I had last night, the bloodstains I cannot explain, and that dream where Akiha killed me. I can't trust myself. I thought those were just dreams, but my old man wrote that the Nanaya were a family that produced killers. If I become like Shiki, I don't know what I'll do to you, Akiha. I lay it all out to her from the bottom of my heart. But after blinking in surprise, she tries not to laugh. What's so funny? This isn't a joke. You may not believe me, but I really have dreams of sucking people's blood. Akiha is still giggling. What is this? She makes me look stupid worrying about all of this. Yeah, it is funny. See, you can't be a vampire because you're from the Nanaya family. Your blood is only human. Besides, the Nanayas are not killers. Certainly from Father's point of view they are, but the only ones that the Nanaya feel a homicidal impulse toward are non-humans. So what you saw had to just be dreams. And even those dreams are probably Shiki transmitting to you. So isn't that what you want to see them? So it isn't that you want to see them? Shiki transmitted them? Come to think of it, my old man did write something about that. Shiki stole some of my life, so there is a link between us. I see. Then who's killing on the streets right now? Even if what I saw was just a dream, there are victims showing up on the streets in reality. The killer is real. I feel like I've met him before. Or was that a dream too? No, putting that off to the side. If there's a killer on the streets, then... Shiki is still alive? Huh? Akiha, who was giggling until now, becomes serious. Akiha. In my old man's journal, he wrote that Shiki was still alive. In other words, Father's journal? Akiha tilts her head, curious. My old man wrote that Shiki and I were connected. Then maybe what I saw were really his dreams. No, it's more likely that what he's actually doing. It may be a possibility. Father's death was suspicious, and it did seem like someone was being raised in the underground cell. Wait a minute, Akiha. Do we have such a thing, like an underground cell here? Oh, of course. There are a lot of members of the Tono family who lose their sanity, so it's only natural to lock them away before they can hurt the outside world, right? Well, that isn't all it's used for. When I got in trouble, Father would lock me up down there. Well, that's pretty fucked up, isn't it? Locking your kid in a fucking jail cell. You could just, like, give him, like... What is it? Yeah, you're grounded. Go to your room. For some reason, Akiha sounds like she's having fun. A chill runs down my spine. I get it. We'll stop talking about it. We have to do something about Shiki, though. If Shiki really is wandering the streets killing people, then we have to stop him. Is that so? We really do not have to concern ourselves about him, do we? Is it not the job of the police to take care of killers? What? Akiha, what are you saying? He's killing people, but he's your brother. He has to pay for his crime, but still... Goodness, Nissan. You are really too nice of a person. Taking a breath, she brushes her hair back. You are my only relative. I do not care about Shiki, so you do not have to worry about him. No, we can't just do that. Do you think the police can catch him so easily? Before then, there will be even more victims. I will not do anything. That is not our responsibility. She says this, and looks me directly in the eye. Let's not speak of these matters any longer. Talking about murders and killers is boring, isn't it? What? I try to tell her that it has to do with our family, but it can't. Her eyes pierce into me deeply. Staring at me like that, her eyes seem to take away my resolution. It seems you understand. Well then, will you return to your room? I just came back from school and there are things I have to do. Like Akiha says, there isn't anything else to talk about. Still not convinced, I turn away from her. I go to leave her room, and all of a sudden, from behind me, a voice tells me to stop. What is it? Aren't we done talking, Akiha? Akiha stares at me silently. Nissan, you are the most important thing to me. If I had lost my memories of you over these 8 years, I would not be who I am. Because you were here, I was able to be myself. You are more important to me than myself, so I wanted you to like me always. True sincerity. Akiha looks at me like I'm the only thing she sees. But that is just a selfish request, right? This family and I are just a burden to you. That is why I always feared that you would distance yourself from me. But that's just me worrying, right? Because you came back here. Because you came back for my sake, she says happily. Seeing her smile, my chest hurts. That's right. I came back because I could not leave you alone here. But now I'm beginning to think I was wrong. I did come back because I wanted to watch over her. But she's wrong. Her eyes are so sincere that I can't lie. But Akiha, that isn't the only reason why I came back. I came back for the sake of the child I made a promise with. That is something that's even more precious than my feelings toward Akiha, and something I can't lie about. Stop it. I do not want to hear it. You came back, so that is that. So anything else, such as your feelings, I do not need. Pfft, okay. She looks away. Akiha looking down like that just for no real reason seems very dangerous. Go back to your room. Please do not look like that in front of me, Nissan. Not knowing what to say, I silently leave her room. Okay, as long as you don't mind me banging your servant. Okay? Permission to smash? Let me smash, please. The night wears on and it's almost midnight. It's already way past the time I would usually go to sleep. I lie down and look up at the moon through the window. The night goes by without me sleeping. It isn't that I'm scared of seeing another dream or murder. Sorry. The killer Shiki wandering the streets. The somehow dangerous-looking Akiha. Thinking of that, I cannot sleep and just look up at the moon. I'm so thirsty. The last time I drank anything was about 4 hours ago at dinner. I don't want to endure it, so I go to the kitchen to get something to drink. I down a cup of water in one gulp. Why is it so delicious? That's odd. I was just thirsty. The sensation of fluid going down my throat is just like it was last night in my dream. Someone's coming. I can hear the footsteps coming closer. Soft, small footsteps that barely echo in the deep night. Shiki-sama, what are you doing this late at night? Hisui? I was just thirsty, so I thought I'd get something to drink. Well, the thing is, Akiha might want sister slamming time, but only if she's willing to share that time with Kohaku, presumably. You're getting pretty thirsty, Dai. Yes. Shiki-sama, if that's the case, please call for me. At night, you should be resting in your room. Walking around here at night is not good. Hisui speaks plainly. There's something wrong with her words. Telling me it's not good to walk around at night means she's telling me not to go out of my room at night. No, more than that. Hisui and Kohaku-san have worked here since they were very young. So it would not be strange for them to know I was adopted. Hisui, there's something I wanted to ask. Is it okay? Yes, if that's the case, then let us go back to your room. This is not something to be having somewhere to be having a conversation. Nah, this is fine. It was just something small anyway. Hisui tilts her head. I take a deep breath. If she doesn't know, then asking her will be revealing a secret. But I don't intend to hide it anyway. I'll make it short. Did you know that I was adopted? Her shoulder shakes. That tells me she did know. Stop it. That is not consent. That is not a yes. The absence of a no is not a yes. Shiki, let me smack the shit out of you again. Jesus, how many times are you going to do that in this game? I see. If you know, then Kohaku-san must know too. What's this? This really isn't a secret after all. Shiki-sama, that is... She says that as she lowers her eyes. I'm so very sorry. Even if you are adopted, there is no doubt that you are the eldest son of the Tono family. Akiha-sama accepts you as a relative, and you are mine and Nei-san's master. Thanks. If you say that, then I believe that I can stay here. Shiki-sama, please do not say things like that. This really is your true home. I know, that's what I think too. Even though it was for a short while, what happened here when I was a child is very important to me. I can't throw it away. Hisui looks visibly relieved. But I still want to know. Before I came here, was it Nanaya? If you know, could you tell me what kind of child I was? I am sorry. Other than that you were the eldest son of the Nanaya line, I do not know. Makihisa-sama completely destroyed all the records. I see. Well, if he made me act as Tono Shiki, then all the records of me as Nanaya Shiki probably were destroyed. But Shiki-sama, Nei-san may know something. Huh? Hisui, why would Kohaku-san know anything? Nei-san took care of Makihisa-sama ever since she was young. She may know more about the Tono family than even Akiha-sama does. Come to think of it, Kohaku-san did say she was Makihisa's servant. But I thought that was just to take care of his condition once in a while. I didn't realize she was his servant from that young of an age. That Kohaku-san? Since she played with us every day, I just can't picture her being near my old man all the time. To be honest, Hisui seems like she was more suited for that. Looking down at me, Akiha and Kohaku-san from the inside of the mansion. Is that true? But that's odd. Why would my old man tell Kohaku-san all the things he wouldn't even tell Akiha? No, I do not think he told her directly. Since Nei-san was always near Makihisa-sama's room in the mansion, I believe she had many chances to overhear Makihisa-sama thinking out loud. Always near my old man, but that's what Hisui, who stayed in the mansion all the time, did. Wait. Kohaku-san was always with my old man as a child? Hisui looks down. Something just went wrong here, as if Hisui wasn't trying to fill me in just now. The feeling of inconsistency comes back and everything falls back into place. Kohaku-san knew about the promise that only Hisui should know about. Hisui forgot about the promise made 8 years ago, but it might just be that I just reversed their roles in my memory. If that's true, then... Hisui, I'll ask one more time, but do you remember about 8 years ago? Yes. About how I gave you that ribbon, right? That's right. After I left my room, you stopped me by the entrance and gave me a ribbon. Do you remember what color it was? It was white, but what about it? There's nothing wrong with her answer. But she's already wrong. Thud. The power drains from my legs and I collapse onto the chair. How could I have been so wrong up until now? Shiki-sama! That's wrong, Hisui. I was given the ribbon under that tree in the garden, not by the entrance. Hisui gasps and falls into silence. Why? I don't get it. Why did Kohaku-san try to trick me? Why didn't she just tell me that she was the one I made the promise with? Shiki-sama, please do not tell Ne-san about this. If she finds out, she will have nowhere else to go. All of a sudden, Hisui says this. If she finds out that I knew you two switched places? She silently nods. Then it was you who played with us, and Kohaku-san was the one in the mansion, right? She silently nods. Why? Why did you act like you traded places? There's no point. Or were you guys playing around with me? It was not our intent to deceive you, Shiki-sama. We cannot even fully describe it to ourselves how it came to be. It started 8 years ago. After you were adopted by the Arima family, I think I just became calmer than before. Ne-san tried to cheer me up by acting very happy, and then we gradually traded our roles. But why? Why did it happen? Hisui, you were always so energetic. That is not true. I am naturally not active, but when you were there, I tried to follow you as hard as I could. Yeah, I remember. The girl who was always cheerful, always smiling. The most free-spirited, who would always worry over us, who put up with the most, who acted like Kohaku-san would, if she were younger. Really? Sorry, excuse me. I think you would be cheerful even if I wasn't there. That was your character. Trust me, since I, the one who followed after you, am saying this. Yes, those days were very fun. I think those were the best 2 years of my life. But something crumbled after you left, Shiki-sama. Akiha-sama started to hate Makihisa-sama, and Makihisa-sama became very strict with Ne-san. The happy days were then over. I gradually became very quiet and could not even work anymore. So Ne-san took over for me. Smiling like I always used to, running around like I used to. In turn, I took over Ne-san's old role. That was the easiest for me. At the same time, it fulfilled Ne-san's only wish. Kohaku-san's wish? I don't understand what she said. Only that Hisui really thinks about Kohaku-san. That's the only thing I could feel. Hisui, what do you mean by her wish? Ne-san always wanted to be like me, but for my sake, she held back. I think it's just an act for her to work in my place. She pretends to be me and kills her own will. She is just a doll that only acts like a Hisui from the past. I was scared of that, Ne-san. Ne-san lost her identity, and I realized that she was just living by acting out someone else's role. I think that if I go back to my old self, Ne-san will return to her old self. Ne-san said this when we first traded places. It's okay, Hisui-chan. Until you become cheerful again, I will take your place. So no matter when, once you are cheerful again, I will give you back your role. I was scared of those words, and I thought that I should return to myself right away. But then, by accident, I saw her walking around happily in the garden. Ne-san really looked happy. I did not know I looked that way back then, but she was really happy. All she was doing was walking by herself. Ne-san was only pretending to be Hisui. Even still, she looked so happy. So Ne-san just does not realize it, but I understood that Ne-san always wanted to be like that. I just could not destroy that. Biting her lip, Hisui holds back her tears in silence. Shiki-sama, please let Ne-san stay the way she is. If you do not, she will lose her place. I can only nod to her words. But that is definitely not the correct choice. Kohaku-san has to pretend to be Hisui from the past, and Hisui has to pretend to be the Kohaku-san from the past to protect that. Hisui has been watching Kohaku-san, who only knows how to live a lie, but still says she will live with her. That has to be so difficult. Shiki-sama, please promise me that you'll not say anything to Ne-san. Fine, but Hisui, are you okay with this? Hisui doesn't answer. Full of conflicting emotions, I get up from the chair. All I can do is leave this downcast Hisui behind in the kitchen. Going back to my room, I notice that the door is open. Did someone go outside? Hisui must still be in the kitchen. That means it's either Kohaku-san or Akiha. To be honest, I want to sleep. My body and heart are tired. I feel like I could collapse if I don't sleep. Just tonight. I feel like if I don't sleep, I'll break. But we need to go look outside. That would be bad if we did not. So we're gonna go look outside. How would you be able to show the shower? Like I said, I'm releasing it on Twitter and my Discord server, because those two platforms don't mind. I should check it out. I go outside. The previously present moon is now obscured by clouds. Someone is opening the front gate. I start to say something. Akiha? Akiha looks quickly over her shoulder and exits the gate. She's like, don't! Huh? Out of nowhere, my chest starts to pound. My heart seems to pulse with new life. I can feel the blood coursing through my body and the shaking of my fingers. A chill runs down my back. Despite that, my body feels like it's on fire. Akiha, what is she doing this late? I feel dizzy. I try to sort things out rationally, but I stop. Right now, I have to follow Akiha. Oh. I think I remember what's happening. Do you think the Kata no Kyokai soundtrack fits Tsukihime? I don't think it would be bad per se, but Kata no Kyokai music is so iconically Kata no Kyokai at this point. Stifling my breath, I follow after her. My beating heart, I follow her quietly to avoid being noticed. I feel regret. I don't have my knife tonight. There's no moonlight, and it's now midnight. There isn't a sign of anyone else on the streets. Akiha walks unsteadily. I try to silence my breathing and await my chance. It's taking her a while to be alone. Where she's going is trivial. I'm terribly thirsty. I'm incredibly excited. All of a sudden, I lose sight of her. Where'd she go? I return to the main street. I feel instinctively that I'll see her again if I wait here. I let out a deep breath. My heart is still burning. That's odd. This isn't a dream. This isn't a dream, then why is my blood burning as I'm following Akiha? It's like I want to kill Akiha. Ah, yes. Indeed. Yes, lots of thumps. Thumpity thump thump thumpity thump thump. Sensing something, I instantly conceal myself. Akiha is coming. She looks around from side to side as if searching for something. Stream Kata no Kyokai? Kata no Kyokai is a regular novel. I don't think I'm allowed to do that. Not without, like, audiobook rights or something of the sort. There isn't anyone here, I guess. I hear her thinking aloud. It must be that close if I can hear her. Or I must be that close if I can hear her. Peering from the shadows, I look out into the street. My head aches. The air around me tenses. I collapse to the ground. I've never felt such pain before. It's so bad that it makes me seriously think my skull just split open and I'm going to die. Oh shit. Ouch! Shaking my head, I stand up. I don't know how long I was out, but the night is quiet. Wait a minute. Why am I here? Why am I out on the main street? I saw Akiha by the gate, and after that... That's right, I followed her. What am I doing? I'm surprised at what I'm doing. Huh? An unpleasant smell pricks at my nose. A smell I've never known until just now. The smell that stuck to my mouth during my dreams these past few days. From that alley? Getting a bad feeling, I run towards that alley. It's like a rehash of my dream last night. In the alley, there's a collapsed stranger. Despite the blood flowing through my neck, from the neck, the person is still breathing. Everything before me turns crimson. But this isn't a dream. Maybe it's because I've had all those dreams of murder, but I can think calmly. I go out to the street. I go out to the nearest public phone and call the nearest hospital. After giving a fake name, I tell the location and condition of the victim and I hang up the phone. Now before the ambulance comes, I should head back to the mansion so that no one sees me. After running without stopping, I can finally relax. I don't have anything to feel bad about, but I felt that getting involved would be dangerous, and so I did the best I could. The person in the alley was still breathing, and the bleeding wasn't that bad, so I don't think it was life-threatening. Yeah, so pretty much the last two victims, I suppose, ever since Shiki was taken out of the picture, have been not fully drained, not fully destroyed. So it means that Akiha is starting to invert, it would seem, but she's not as bad as Shiki was at this point, which is good, but still, for how long will that be the case? As expected, running here with all my strength, including up the big hill, was a little much. I'm completely out of breath. Crap. Dizziness assails me. I can feel my consciousness withdrawing. This isn't a normal dizziness. If it's this bad, if I collapse, I won't be able to get back up for a while. Damn, I have to get back to my room before... I lean up against the stairs. I manage to take one step up the stairs. Flubump. That's it, though. I collapse. Wah, wah, wah. Evil at every corner, number 2. Strong rays of sunshine cause me to open my eyes. I'm in my room. I'm now wearing my pajamas and lying in bed. Excuse me. With a knock, the door opens. Kohaku-san enters carrying a towel and a bucket. Good morning, Shiki-san. How are you feeling? Kohaku-san draws near with her normal smile. I think back to last night's conversation with Hisui. Tucking that away into the back of my mind, I try to make my usual smile. Morning, Kohaku-san. Did you carry me up here? Huh? Don't you remember, Shiki-san? I found you alone on the stairs, and you stood up once I called you. You said you had a nice nap and started to walk. I did lend you my shoulder, but you walked here by yourself. I don't remember. I must have been so tired that I forgot what I did. So you don't remember anything about last night? Maybe. I don't remember anything after I came back to the mansion. That's unfortunate. Oh yeah? Is that right? Kohaku? Is that right, Kohaku? Very unfortunate indeed. Shiki-san, you kept apologizing to me. I inquired why you kept apologizing, and why you kept saying that you were an idiot and a blockhead. Shiki-san, are you a blockhead? No, I don't think so. Well, I am really starting to get the idea that they think my brain is made out of wood. Anyway, thanks a lot. If I slept on the stairs, I'd have caught a cold in school. Huh? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? The clock tells me it's already past 10 in the morning. No. Kohaku-san, school! Yes. Today is your school's founding holiday, so you don't have school. That's right! Come to think of it, it was. I completely forgot about it since I've been spacing out at school lately. Well, I should get up anyway. If I sleep any longer, Akiha will. I sit up on my bed. Huh? I can't really... My body won't move. I try to get up with my arms, but they have no strength. It seems your condition is still bad. You have a slight fever and you look a little pale. Is there a reason that vampires and demons in the Nasuverse use blood packs instead of attacking people? Where did it say that they use blood packs? Yeah, Shiki is a bit of a dumbass. Kohaku-san wipes my forehead with the cold, wet towel. It feels good and cold. It seems your fever is down. Yes, if you just stopped in, what is the last part you remember, I guess? Was it the last stream? It seems your fever is down. You're not sweating as much and your face looks much better. Okay, let me just quickly recap what's happened this stream in the past 2.5 hours or so. It seems that Akiha went out at night and killed Shiki Tono, who's rampaging the streets. So, that happened. Shiki finally fucking figured out that it's Kohaku who, gave him the ribbon and made the promise with him when they were kids. It's because they haven't seen, they haven't seen Hellsing yet. But yeah, so Shiki figured out he was the adopted Denia boy. Akiha had already killed Shiki Tono, it looks like. Yes, you missed the lap pillow. Oh, well, if you knew it was a lap pillow, then I don't have to be too detailed in the descriptions. Yeah, we're at the part where we're starting to suspect that Akiha is in fact the one inverting now that Shiki is dead. It's possible that Roa might even be inside her, for all we know. And Shiki just keeps passing out for no fucking reason, and Kohaku's all like, oh, what a shame. So, yeah, there's that. It seems your fever is down. You're not sweating as much and your face looks much better. You should be well by the evening. Kohaku-san crisply brings out a thermometer and an ice pillow. In the end, she makes me open my mouth and checks the condition of my tongue. Well, I'll bring you some rice porridge right away. Shiki-san, you better behave today. Kohaku-san? Yes? What is it, Shiki-san? As expected, she's like she always is. She is like always. Her usual cheerful smile doesn't change. I can't bring myself to think that her smile is just an act. Nothing. I'm looking forward to the rice porridge. Yes, well then, excuse me. Kohaku-san disappears down the hall, her footsteps paddling after her. I just stare at that figure silently. Noon arrives. After bringing the food, Kohaku-san went back to her duties. Huh. I let out a sigh as I think of my strange circumstances. Myself being adopted, Akiha saying that she doesn't care about it, Hisui and Kohaku-san, and the killer that's still on the loose. I asked Kohaku-san, but it doesn't seem like there was a new victim in the news today. I guess last night's victim was saved, but while Shiki is on the loose, there will be more victims. If only this body did what I told it to, I could stop Shiki. I lay my head back down on the pillow as I start to say that. Maybe it's because I've been seeing those dreams, but I'm beginning to think. I'm beginning to have violent thoughts like Shiki. Whatever I do, I should heal up first. I close my eyes. Was I tired? This tired all along? My energy just drains from me and I feel sleepiness overcome me. I can hear my pulse in my ears. It echoes inside my whole body noisily and jerks me away from dozing off. Hot. I'm thirsty again. My throat is dry. My mind is foggy. I open my eyes. My body still feels sluggish and my fever has slightly increased. But still, I should be able to at least go to the dining room and get some water. The hallway is empty. A long time ago. So long I don't remember, or something I don't need to remember. This place is quiet like ruins you might see in a movie. Hot. The sunlight is hot. I just want some water, so why? Something compels my legs to move. Oh, it seems like the detached building is bathed in sunlight. Completely. Like I'm in a hot desert, my vision dims white. Yeah, let me throw up this thingy. Whenever you go into that room, it's just always like a danger zone. Danger zone! Highway to the hentai scene. Thud, I hear a noise. It's from the detached house. Someone. Is there someone in there? Opening the sliding door very slightly, I peer in from the porch. Inside, I see the figures of Akiha and Kohaku. They look a little strange. I hear the swishing of an obi being removed. Oh yeah. What? Without a word, Kohaku-san pulls down her kimono and bares her breasts. Yahoo! Yahoo! Fucha! Noble! Kohaku stands there with a blushing face, but does not move. Akiha presses her lips against the bared white chest. Tension. Kohaku looks down at her bare chest, and Akiha crouches so that she is burying her face in it. A thin red drop makes a line down her breast. Akiha's throat starts to move, swallowing something. What is she drinking? There's no need to ask, I already understand. Akiha, she's drinking Kohaku's blood. Time itself seems to freeze. My entire body pulses, and I feel inside out. My heart doesn't even beat. It ticks like it was a machine. My cells have been transformed. My bodily functions have quieted like a still lake. All I can do is move my head and process what I see. Akiha. Bewilderment fills my world. Is Akiha a vampire too? Akiha-sama. Kohaku's lips tremble. Please stop. If you take any more, it will be bad for you. Just like overdosing on medicine, getting too used to blood would cause you. You want to say I'll be like Shiki? That is strange, Kohaku. You don't want that? Her eyes are filled with enjoyment. Kohaku doesn't answer. That is fine. I didn't like father either. He was pure evil. Just thinking he was my real father made me want to kill him. Right? Succumbing to his blood and forcing his passions on you when you were still a child. Every day, he would do those disgraceful assaults without end. So Kohaku, I already know that you have a grudge against me and Shiki. Why? You know all that and still drink my blood? Of course. I know it can't be helped that you have a grudge against me, but I still like you. So whatever you do, I will forgive you. Unless you mess with what's important to me, that is. With a smile, Akiha licks Kohaku's nipple. Damn. With a sudden jerk, shaking her shoulders, Kohaku stifles a gasp. No, stop, Akiha. If you drink more blood than usual, really. Too much iron in high doses will kill you? It seems like that. No need to worry. I won't become like Nissan. To me, sucking blood is just for pleasure. It won't destroy me like it did Shiki. But then, it would make you happy if it did. Kohaku doesn't answer. She only narrows her eyes, not affirming or denying it. Akiha's red tongue slides along Kohaku's white skin. Akiha clenches her nails against Kohaku's breasts. Slice. They break the surface of the skin, and ruby drops of blood appear. My heart rumbles. My will is gone to a far-off place, commanding me to kill. Kill. Akiha-sama, why did Shiki-sama want so much blood? My blood was enough for him to stay alive. Yes, your blood was enough for him. As a synchronizer, your blood is more efficient and tasty. But reproduction and sucking blood are different. It isn't just that there needs to be a lot of blood. Everyone's blood has a different taste. To something that has become accustomed to sucking blood, different flavors are desired. There is no limit? Yes. But this is more like a hobby, so if your will is strong enough, you can quit. If you want delicious food, it's easy to obtain some. Really, Shiki and I just need the blood of one person. Am I entranced? Just looking at Akiha sipping the blood, I can't even breathe. Pain. If it hurts so much, I might mistakenly kill to be free of this pain. Just the blood of one person? Yes. For Shiki, it may have been mine. That is why he never came here. If he did that, the fun game would have been over. Yes, over completely. Big news you found? Let her rip. If you drink what would be the best blood, there would be nothing left afterwards. I would kill the one I love most, and drink up even their life. After that, the only thing left would be emptiness. Akiha tightens her fingers around Kohaku's body. Kohaku closes her eyes and endures Akiha's actions. That's why I will never go after the thing I want the most. If there's a time for me to do that, then that is after finding out that it will never become mine. Akiha and Kohaku collapse together. Her red hair fills the room like a waterfall. Fighting back the nausea, I escape with bloodshot eyes. The dizziness threatens to overpower me. What was she saying? Sucking blood? Just like Shiki? And joking with Kohaku as she sucked her blood. Her red hair. Kohaku, Kohaku-san! Disgracefully assaulted by Makihisa? My head is pounding. My head is pounding. My heart is still wild. Akiha. I saw Akiha drinking Kohaku's blood and thought it was beautiful. Crimson hair. A vermilion spider web. Freakishly scarlet like the wings of a poisonous moth. The very color of evil. Excessively beautiful. Excessively poisonous. I found out a few minutes that a new voice actor is going to do the voice for Miroku on Yashahime. Well, yeah, I would imagine so, because unfortunately Kirby Morrow has passed. There is no more voice actor to, the classic voice is no longer available. And yet Yashahime continues to use the character, so what are you gonna do, I guess? Therefore, I am ruled by this strange feeling. Underneath the brilliant sun, I walk through the woods. Shut up! The incessant racket does not stop. The unnatural sounds, I can hear them coming from behind me. Insects. Some black insects are crawling around my back. Because Kohaku-san called me a blockhead, these insects think my spine is a tree and crawl around in it looking for honey. That's pretty fucked up, isn't it? I'm not even sure what that sound is supposed to sound like. Chicka 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 chicka! I mean, unfortunately, there's not too much to say. Apparently, Oh wait, what's really freaky is that Kirby died only a few weeks after the Japanese VA who'd done the voice for Miroku? Oh, well shit. I didn't know they're both dead. That's horrible. At least in Kirby Morrow's case, I found out it was a drug abuse related thing, which is just like, god damn it. Really? Really? Come on. It's like, it makes me wish that there was just somebody who could, I don't know, you know, be there for him, stop that, change things around. Countless insects claw my back, crying out. As the insects enter, a sick impulse almost seizes me. Kill. The command to kill Tono Akiha fills my brain. There can be no mistake. The name of these insects is the urge to kill. I don't know who Ian James Corlett is by the name. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! I slapped the back of my neck with my hand. I felt like I'd go crazy if I didn't. I don't hate Akiha for sucking blood. I only hate myself. I hate being filled with the command to kill her. Shaking off the insects from the back of my neck, I escape to my room. Leaning back against the wall, I catch my breath. I can't control myself. Just what's different between Shiki and the way I am now? No, that isn't really important. Why couldn't I understand her? Kohaku-san. The word in Makihisa's journal. The word synchronizer. Kohaku and Hisui weren't adopted. They were just brought here as tools. The meaning. I didn't know the meaning of what it meant by being Makihisa's servant. I didn't even try to understand. Every day without end. Akiha said that. I don't have to think too hard about what Makihisa did. If Makihisa was subject to the same violent urges as me, I understand all too clearly what he must have done. Always. That girl was always by the window, not knowing how to leave, or even how to beg for help. Makihisa had no sympathy for Kohaku still being a little girl. It was written in the journal. If Makihisa only saw Kohaku as a tool, just like a child, placing all his emotions onto her, that girl would perpetually just stare at us while we played in the garden. I can't condemn Makihisa. I also tortured her, more than Makihisa. Hisui said it, that Kohaku-san always wanted to become Hisui. I can't even imagine it, that girl being locked away in the mansion ever since childhood. Looking down at us, playing behind that clear wall of a window every day. Despite this, she gave me something important to her as I left. After that, for the sake of her younger sister, she began smiling in her own play. A terrible farce. Only inside the play she knows is a lie. All she can do is laugh? What terrible things I've done. Thinking that Kohaku-san was Hisui, I've spoke to her about my memories of the past. The day of the welcome party. While cooking with Kohaku-san, I spoke so happily about memories with Hisui. She said she didn't feel pain when she cut her finger. Foolish. My chest constricts. I can't breathe. Myself that wants to kill Akiha. Myself that couldn't even understand what was going on. Sorry, Kohaku-san. My consciousness wavers. My body enters a stupor. For the first time, I want to kill myself using my ability. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Akiha-sama, won't you call a doctor? That is pointless. He isn't sick. He won't get better unless we take away what's causing it. Akiha and Hisui are talking. This is Shiki's room. It looks like I'm sleeping on the bed. I try to get out of bed, but I can't move at all. My body is heavy like lead. All I can move freely are my mouth and eyes. For an instant, I think I'm still dreaming. You failed, Hisui. I told you to pay attention to Nissan today, right? I can't even trust you to take care of Nissan like this. I'm very sorry. If you want to apologize to Nissan. Apologizing to me will just make me angry. I don't understand why they're like that, but I understand that Hisui is being scolded because of me. Akiha-sama, I cannot help Shiki-sama if he collapses. Please give Nissan my duty. That won't do. I can't let Kohaku near Nissan. You shouldn't either. Be with Kohaku every time she's near and never let her alone with Nissan. But Akiha-sama, Shiki-sama's condition is getting worse. If he does not receive medicine from Nissan, he will not be able to stand. That is true, but that's better for me. Akiha murmurs this as she ponders. Hisui, tell Nissan to skip school for a few days. Nissan to skip a few days when he... Tell Nissan to skip for... Drink time! I don't know why I keep fucking that up. Hisui, tell Nissan to skip school for a few days when he wakes. He has not been well the past few days, so do not let him out of the room until he gets better. I will contact his school. I can no longer see Akiha's figure. A subdued Hisui is the only one in the room. Shiki-sama, are you awake? I'm surprised. Akiha didn't even realize it, but Hisui must have known I was awake. Yeah, I woke up just a little bit ago. Sorry. Because of me, Akiha was mad at you. No, it was only natural for her to be angry. I did not realize you had collapsed, Shiki-sama. Jeez, I'm used to it. And what's with Akiha wanting me to skip school? I'm fine, so I don't really need intensive care or anything. Shiki-sama, about that, can you not do as she tells you to do? Huh? You mean not going to school tomorrow? Hisui nods. She looks as if she's not worried about being scolded by Akiha. Rather, she's really concerned over me. Oh. I can't say no to those eyes. I understand. I'll rest from school tomorrow. Is that acceptable? Hisui gives a weak, apologetic smile. Well then, please excuse me. If anything happens, please call for me. Hisui disappears with a bow. The instant I became alone, sleepiness assails me. In all seriousness, there does seem to be something wrong with my body. I'm trying to stay awake, but it's no use. Staring at the pattern on the ceiling, I easily fall asleep. Origami. Why is there this much sadness? I don't understand the reason. Whatever happens to anyone, it is their fate. It's not something I can receive as a stranger. Neither pain, nor happiness, nor feelings, nor flesh. It's not that I'm sad. So why this relentless regret? Even though I never knew about that girl. Even though I only looked at her now. For me, there isn't a connection between the two, so why? After thinking of the past I did not see until now, why does my chest feel like it's tearing apart? Hey, I wonder what is the most miserable? That moonlit night? The killer I happened to meet that one day I asked that question? That was just one of the many rambling and meaningless scenes. And how did I respond? Sadness is easy to see, and happiness is hard to understand. To find miserable situations, you only have to look way down. If being miserable is living a life so painful and full of suffering that you wish you were dead, then it would mean that it was better if you were never born. As for me, I thought the saddest thing was to never have been born. After I said that, the killer laughed. After laughing so hard, he said something along the lines that I was a really nice guy. What is misery? Not even realizing your misery and mistaking it for happiness, I think. I remember nodding to that. That really can't be helped, not being able to think that you're miserable. The only thing that's granted to them will be the sympathy that is The only thing that is granted to them will be that sympathy is meaningless. Being the illusion that she's happy. Believing the illusion that she's happy. She will laugh a laughable... Jesus Christ. She will live a laughable life. That is a weird line. As a stranger that can't feel her pain, I agreed that kind of misery was the worst. I slowly wake up for no apparent reason. The combination of the cool breeze and the sunlight streaming from the window feels great. The weather is simply exquisite. It's not the kind of weather to spend all day in bed. I lift my upper body. Still no good. My arms are still sluggish. It's not like I can't stand up, but I probably won't be able to walk. I hear the gentle rhythm of knocking. Please excuse me, Shiki-sama. How are you feeling? I feel fine. I bet I'll be able to move by evening. I kind of remember saying that last night, but it should be fine this time. Shiki-sama, may I ask you a question? What is it? Shiki-sama, while you were living with the Arima family, did you ever collapse like this before? Hisui's voice is weak. She seems to be worrying that my declining condition is due to me coming back here. You don't need to feel responsible, Hisui. This happened to me while I lived with the Arimas. Well, maybe once a year during middle school, but that stopped once I entered high school. But I was ready, thinking that if it was going to come, it should be pretty soon. And did you recover quickly at those times? In a day or two, so it's not a big deal. You act like I have some serious illness or something. Shiki-sama, I think it is a serious illness. I have heard that you have anemia, but nothing like this. Have you never thought that your body was strange? My doctor always says my body is just totally weird. Come to think of it, collapsing like this and recovering so quickly, I could say my strength is more amazing than most people's. I tried to laugh it off and made her angry. Shiki-sama, people whose strength is much more amazing do not have many fevers during the night. Do you remember how many times you had a fever last night? Did something happen? It was last night. As soon as you fell asleep, you had a fever. You began to sweat profusely, and I had to come check on you every hour. If I do say so myself, that's amazing. It's amazing, but I'm a bit embarrassed to have been such a burden to her. Huh? Come to think of it, these are different pajamas than I wore last night. Hisui, did Kohaku-san change my clothes? No. Akiha-sama did it herself. Last night, Akiha-sama and I took turns caring for you. After you calmed down this morning, Akiha-sama returned to her room. Akiha did? As I blurt this out, I flash back to what I saw yesterday. Akiha, who was sucking Kohaku-san's blood. Akiha, who was yelling at Hisui. Shiki-sama? I vaguely hear Hisui's voice. Maybe I showed my tension on my face. It's nothing. I see. Akiha took care of me, huh? Yes. She would come every hour and take care of you. Since I was unable to contact you physically, it was very fortunate that Akiha-sama came. How stupid of me. Akiha was so worried about me, but what did I think about her? Thanks, Hisui. Please tell Akiha thanks, too. Yes? Well then, Shiki-sama, I will bring you your breakfast, so please wait a moment. Hisui leaves the room and I lift myself up. Leaning my back against the wall, I take a deep breath. My body has gotten a little better, and the weather outside is excellent. To add to that, I'm truly happy that Hisui and Akiha took care of me last night. Still, I feel down. I haven't seen Kohaku-san since yesterday. I know that if I see her face, I won't be able to talk to her normally, but still, I just want to see her face. It passes noon and the sun starts to dip from the top of the sky. My condition does not improve, but it doesn't get worse either. Not knowing what to do, I just stare out the window. Even though I try not to think, one person pops into my mind. I know the killer Shiki has to be dealt with, but I'm thinking of Kohaku-san. Have you ever watched the animation Reboot? Oh yeah. Yes, I did. I don't think it was right on the proper network for me to watch it regularly, but I have seen it before. I watched select episodes. A solid knock at the door. Nissan, it is me, can I come in? Akiha's voice. I don't really have any reason to avoid her. Obviously, I'm concerned about yesterday, but it didn't look like she hated Kohaku-san, and it might be something she has to do. Those of the Tono blood need synchronizers. Akiha isn't hurting like my old man did, so I should keep quiet about it for now. You don't need to ask me, come on in. Yes, excuse me, Nissan. Akiha enters my room. Akiha, what about school? It's not even 1 o'clock, right? I took off today. If you are suffering, I should not leave, right? With a smile, Akiha comes over to my bed. I will take your temperature, so please put this in your mouth. After that, we need to change your sheets, so you can get up for just a moment. She sticks the thermometer in my mouth. It looks like she came in place of Hisui. Wait. No, there was an old animation called Reboot. It was one of the very first 3D televised animated series. And yeah, I forgot what network it originally aired on. I think it used to play on, like... It didn't... I guess it was Cartoon Network. I'm not really sure. Maybe eventually it made its way to Toonami, but I think I watched it even before then. But yeah, Reboot was a very retro 3D animated TV show on Cartoon Networks. After checking my temperature, she smartly changes my sheets and gets out a fresh set of pajamas. Come to think of it, Kohaku-san was efficient too, but she didn't have Akiha's air of swiftness. Even though Kohaku-san is relaxed normally, she probably has things ordered, so there's nothing unnecessary done. ABC. Right. It started on ABC, I guess it got picked up by Toonami later. All finished. Nissan, please lay down. All standing, I steal a glance out the window. Kohaku-san is gathering the fallen leaves with her broom in the garden. I could probably say hi from here, so... Nissan, I have finished putting new sheets on your bed. Huh? Oh, sorry. I spaced out a little. I sluggishly lie back down on my bed. Sitting down on a chair, she starts to peel an apple rather clumsily. With an intense look on her face, she intently works the knife, but sometimes she uses too much strength, and the knife almost flies toward my bed. Is she practicing to be a good housewife? I wish she would do such dangerous things in the kitchen. Akiha, you don't have to force yourself. Indirectly, I tell her not to do something she's not good at. Akiha, a little dissatisfied, puts down the apple and the knife on the floor. Seeing her with the plate and fork, it's obvious that she was going to do something she's not good at. Despite the result, I'm happy for Akiha's care. But it's funny, so I start to laugh. You don't need to peel an apple, just eat that bitch. Eat that bitch and skin and all. Hey, what's so funny, Nissan? Then again, the frickin' Japanese like to peel their grapes, which is the most bizarre and kind of mildly disgusting thing I've ever heard of. not the most, but it's like, what the hell? It's not even that easy to peel a grape. How much of a pain in the ass is it for them to eat grapes? What did you miss? Dude, a fuck ton. Let me try to make this easy. So Shiki be having bad dreams. Those dreams seem to be like they're coming from Shiki Tono, you know, vampire Shiki. And then Akiha went out and presumably killed Shiki Tono. She defeated him, and that's when Shiki Nanaya starts realizing, oh, wait a second, I'm adopted. And then he finds out that, of course, Kohaku is the girl that gave him the ribbon and made the promise, and he figured out why, and Hisui was like, no, don't tell Kohaku that you know this, because she's doing this, it makes her happy to pretend being me, even if it's a farce. So please don't tell her you know the truth now, or she'll stop doing that. And then, it seems like, because Shiki is still having dreams at night, he's now dreaming of Kohaku, perhaps, who might be going out at night and sucking blood. I think that's what's going on. Because... Sorry, not Kohaku, Akiha. Akiha's going around at night sucking blood. Sorry. Akiha's going around, maybe because she's inherited Roa from Tono, I'm not sure. We'll get to that, but that's basically what's going on. Peeled grapes are worth it? I just don't understand why you'd do that. Just eat the whole grape. It tastes fantastic, and the skins are nutritious. It's not like they're oranges. Hey, what's so funny, Nissan? I did not do anything to make you laugh. I was just thinking that this is just like back then, when I was sick as a child. You used to clumsily take care of me back then, too. Yeah, I remember. When I was still living as an adopted child, when I was playing with Akiha, I caught a fever and collapsed. I was resting in that detached house after that, but Akiha escaped the mansion to come care for me. It sure brings back memories. At first, you just held my hand, but you started to try and take care of me. At the end, you even took some empty syringes and were going to inject me, right? I regret it now, but it's the truth I cannot take back. No kidding. If Jinan-san hadn't realized and stopped you, I probably would have died. Incidentally, Jinan-san was the assistant of the family doctor. Hans or Mozart? I'm gonna guess Hans, because I have never used Mozart, period. After that time, he became my personal physician. Jinan-sensei, come to think of it, even though you didn't like doctors, you always ended up losing to him. Of course, that person is a mad doctor. If you disobey him, he'll pay you back twice as much. Do you understand how scary that is? Who knows, Akiha says as she smiles. She knows it doesn't concern her, and she isn't being cute at all. Speaking of doctors, when did Kohaku-san get her pharmacist license? She seems to be very close to our age, but doesn't that sort of thing have an age limit? That is true, but it is Father's doing. We don't know the exact date of Kohaku and Hisui's birth, so Father did a little manipulation of the documents and made her older. Whoa. As expected of a rich man, his methods are a bit illegal. But I think that Hisui is about your age. Kohaku and Hisui are twins, so that would naturally make her around your age, right? No way. Kohaku-san and I, the same age? Well, it's not like I really gave it that much thought, but I always felt she was older. Well, she certainly doesn't act older, but I never thought of her as the same age. Because if that's true, then from when Kohaku-san was 8 or 9, Tono Makihisa did. I imagine a crack in my body. Nissan, what is wrong? Are you feeling all right? No, it's nothing. No need to worry. After all, this is just a brief pain. There is a need to worry. Sweating like that, you seem like you'll collapse any moment now. But compared to Kohaku-san... Compared to that, this pain is nothing. I really want to see Kohaku-san after all. I don't know what I'll say after I meet her, but I have to see her and do something. I still haven't fulfilled my promise from 8 years ago. This isn't the time for me to be lazing around here. No. He's only realizing just how young Kohaku really was. Because he was under the impression that Kohaku is older than him. So he was just thinking, oh shit, Kohaku's my age? Wait a fucking second. That means that when Makihisa-sama was doing her, she was like, what, 8 or 9 or 7? I forgot what he just said. And just like that, suddenly my dizziness came to a complete stop. How is that? have you calmed down? Akiha is placing her palm on my forehead. I'm watching some old video on my tablet. I found another Cartoon Network promo of The Real Adventure of Johnny Quest, Quest World, which has a three-dimensional world. You know, I knew like a tiny bit of Johnny Quest, but I think that I never actually saw the show. I think I saw toys of it more than that. Her cool fingers. It seems the cool sensation has doused away my dizziness like soothing water. Nissan, how are you feeling? Didn't I already tell her? Her eyes are dead serious. Her gaze seems to be asking something different. Fine, I'll just have to go investigate myself. After saying this, she lowers her hand from my forehead. Her palm smoothly glides down to the top of my shirt. It doesn't seem like there's anything wrong in particular, but your fluctuating temperature might be due to me simply not being used to it. Murmuring to herself, she draws back her hand. Nissan, you have a normally healthy body, but you have anemia like this very often. Do you ever think that it's strange? Yeah, well, the doctor told me that many times, but what about it? Of course, doctors cannot know the reason for your anemia. Hey, Nissan, do you want to know the real reason for it? Huh? My heart skips a beat. What I haven't known for all these years. This unstable body of mine. Akiha knows? It doesn't seem like you're joking. Right? If you want to know, then I will tell you. No, I'm only going to be watching the first John Wick. For now. It is due to the sins of my family, so you have a right to know. For some reason, her words seem very dangerous. But I can't shake my head in denial after this. I want to know. Please tell me, Akiha. I understand, then I will tell you. I say that, but you already know most of it. After that accident 8 years ago, you became this way, right? So that has to be the root of all this. 8 years ago, you mean when I was almost killed by Shiki? Exactly. At that time, Shiki stole the majority of your life. After Father carried out the sentence on Shiki, he was kept alive in the basement, right? So Shiki is using your life in place of the life he lost to stay alive. That's why, Nissan. That's why you cannot move around freely with your own life. And as a result, you are always teetering on the brink of death. So as long as Shiki is alive, you will always be like this. You can never go back to the way you were before. What? On the edge of death? That's ridiculous. It's just... It can't just be anemia? Not being able to move freely and losing consciousness this frequently can't be called anemia. So it's just like she says. There's not much difference between this and drifting into death. Why? But I made it this far. If I lived like this for 8 years, then I can surely... No. Until now, Shiki was locked away, so you were able to live barely. But now, Shiki is going outside, and is using your life to do as he pleases. The burden for whatever he does is on you, so you will not be able to live like before. My pulse surges. Her words hold nothing back. Since they are the truth, they pierce my heart like a sword even more. Nissan, if you want to hate someone, hate Shiki or the one who set him free. Because even if he is alive, if Shiki was quiet, this would never have happened to you. She bites her lip as she says this. Is she that angry at Shiki for stealing my life? She bites so hard that blood flows from her lips. Akiha. But she isn't looking at me. She's staring into some emptiness as if staring at an enemy. But rest assured, I will do anything to protect you, Nissan. So you can always smile. I will kill Shiki, you want to say. I remember my old man's journal. The responsibility of the head of the Tono household is to exterminate all those who stray from a human existence. That one night, Akiha was hugging me, desperately fighting back her tears. That time, I know she said those words. She said she didn't want to kill her brother with her own hands. She was crying, not even able to tell me that. It's fine. You don't have to feel any responsibility. No, I am the head of the Tono family, so all the crimes any member of the Tono house has committed, I will definitely... Hey, you don't have to make such a painful face. It's okay, this has happened before. Whatever Shiki does, I'll recover in a matter of days. So you don't have to worry. Nissan, you are just repeating yourself. I cannot bear you to be like this, not even knowing if you may die any minute. So I told you not to worry. Shiki is my responsibility. You don't have to do anything. Nissan. Yeah, Akiha doesn't have to kill her brother. This is just between me and him. If the Tono blood is cursed, and I've been forced into this ridiculous dance for 8 years, then I, with my own hands, will end all of this that started 8 years ago. Neither Kohaku-san nor Akiha should suffer any longer from that blood. Nissan. As she relaxed, she finally eases her shoulders. Thank goodness. You are definitely my Nissan. Just like 8 years ago, you only protect me. Her brimming eyes look directly at me. How do you say this? The atmosphere has become incredibly intimate. And, as if to spoil this great mood, Akiha's stomach lets out a growl. Come to think of it, Akiha stayed up all night watching over me. She must have been so worried over me she didn't eat. I think I'm getting hungry. I try to follow her up. Geez, I was so relaxed I let down my guard. Akiha gives an embarrassed excuse. Well, maybe it helped me out. I don't know what would have flowed from that mood. Akiha, I'm fine right now, so please rest. You took care of me all night, right? Yes. It was really nothing at all. I could not help you, and I only did the best that I could. Water time! That's enough. I heard it all from Hisui. I really am happy to have such a great little sister. Yes, then I suppose I will rest a little bit. I will come here again after dinner, so please rest and relax. Getting up from the chair, Akiha leaves the room. Well, as far as I'm concerned, Asaka never succeeded in banging Kokuto, whereas Akiha, at least in her route, most certainly did. A light knock on the door opens. Thanks for waiting. Shiki-san, time for dinner. Huh? Kohaku-san's arrival takes me completely by surprise. Huh? Kohaku-san? Yes? She tilts her head. I thought Akiha said she won't let I thought Akiha said she wouldn't let you near me. Still off kilter with surprise, I blurt out what I was thinking. Yes, I was ordered the same thing, but Akiha-sama and Hisui-chan do not know how to do an IV. Shiki-san, after dinner, you'll have to get a shot, you know. With her usual smile, she wheels in a cart and shuts the door. On top of the cart there is food. On the lower shelf there is a syringe and everything needed for an IV. Kohaku-san. First is dinner, right? Here you go, she says as she presents the meal on a platter. Kohaku-san's smile is full of contentment. How could I destroy it? Please act like before. I remember Hisui's words. Even I want to keep her smiling like this. I want to see her smile happily just like this. I can't destroy that. Well, I'll dig in. Yes, please chew everything well. Lowering my eyes, I pick up the chopsticks. Kohaku-san stands nearby with a smile. It's all so sad, I just can't look at her. The sound of my utensils echo through the room. Seeing her so close to me and smiling makes me want to kill myself. Why am I so sad? Kohaku-san is right here. The one I wanted to meet since yesterday is here, so there can't be any reason to be sad. Sadness is easy to see. Happiness is difficult to understand. For example, a girl who was locked away in the mansion since she was very young. The girl giving Tono Shiki her ribbon despite all of that. The stupid me that spoke so happily about the past in this mansion. Such a thing caused me pain. The sound of my utensils. Bringing my hands together, I thank her for the meal. As if she was so happy I had seconds, she cheerfully takes the dishes. If that was true happiness, maybe I would be happy as well. That's pretty simple, isn't it? I suddenly find the reason for my sadness. There must be something wrong with me not to have seen it earlier. I just like this person. I love her to a point where I can't even imagine seeing her in pain. It seems I've finally realized this simple fact. Well then, a shot before your IV. Shiki-san, can you roll up your sleeve for me? I roll it up to the elbow. This won't be too painful, so just relax. Makihisa-sama would sometimes fall ill too. So I've had a lot of practice, you know. She rubs my arm with a swab of cotton drenched in alcohol. I don't know what to do. Kohaku-san says Tono Makihisa's name as if it were nothing. This perfect act. Is there a reason for it? Come to think of it, you were always injuring yourself as a little kid. You would ignore Makihisa-sama's scoldings and run off around the garden. She speaks nostalgically. Tsk. I just can't look at her and smile directly. For an instant, her smile changes from its usual form. It isn't her cheerful smile. It is a smile that comes from describing a distant, longed-for dream. But to protect the Kohaku-san of the present, I have to play along with this charade. That's right, but Kohaku-san, you also seem to be having a lot of fun. Yes, running around with you, Shiki-san. Yeah, it really was fun. Playing in the garden until sunset. But after it was all over, you would always get yelled at for being covered in mud. That's another act, too. That smile is just fake. Not being able to stand it anymore, I wrap my arms around this girl speaking of her dream. Aww. I can't even hold on to her tightly. Shiki-san? Her questioning voice reaches me. I just wordlessly hold her close to me and stroke her hair. I definitely say I'm enjoying Tsukihime way more now streaming it with you guys than I did when I first read it and did my lore video. I can't let her see my face. I probably have a horrible expression. I can't meet her gaze, her sharp perception. If I did that, she would know that I know everything. But still, I try to hold back and bite my lip. Shiki-san. Does it hurt that much, Shiki-san? No, it isn't that. All I can do is grip with my fingers. I can't hold her tightly, but I want to embrace her as much as I can. Aw, that's no good, Shiki-san. You're a boy, so you have to endure some pain. Her arm brushes against my hair. She quietly rubs my head. That breaks my limit. It's okay. Shiki-san, did you say something? Kohaku-san asks. No matter how much my mind screams at me to stop, the words just come out. It's okay. You don't have to smile any longer. Huh? It's okay, you don't have to force yourself to smile. My voiced feelings spurt forth from my clenched lips. Her hand stops moving. Kohaku-san freezes. She doesn't even breathe. I hear a noise. Kohaku-san pulls away. Oh no, it looks like the IV spilled. The usual smile. Unfortunately, the next one will not arrive until tomorrow, so we'll stop for today. Well then, Shiki-san, if anything happens, please call me. Kohaku-san pushes the cart as if nothing just happened. She leaves without opening the door. What was I doing? Acting like that and breaking my promise to Hisui. It's no different than Makihisa. I couldn't even control my feelings. To open the door flutters at me in ridicule. Sorry, the open door does. Wait. Kohaku-san left without opening the door? That's odd. I know Kohaku-san closed it when she came in. So why was the door open? That has to mean that someone was watching when I was hugging Kohaku-san. After dinner I will return, Nissan. That's what Akiha said. Akiha saw it. I ponder aloud. That wasn't really a big deal. So why do I have this whirlpool of uneasiness in my chest, like I just did something I can never take back? Because she's jelly. She's really, really jelly. She's gonna fuck you up. Night falls. The clear daytime sky turns into a black dome. The swarm of clouds carouse across the sky and obscure the moonlight. I take a deep breath and get out of bed. See? I told them I'd be better by evening. Ho ho! I'm pretty much better. There isn't anything to stop me from running about. I take my knife from the drawer. All right. I place it in my pocket and psych myself up. The problems really have piled up, but I won't mistake what I can do and what must be done. The killer wandering the streets. Tonight I will have to end Shiki's wanderings once and for all. As her big brother, it's the least I can do. I can't allow Akiha to be forced into fighting her real brother. I have to stop Shiki while I can still move my body. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. I don't see Shiki anywhere under the clouded night streets. Damn, I guess I was thinking too optimistically. I thought I would meet Shiki if I just walked the streets at night. Even though I've never seen him, I thought I'd be able to meet him like two magnets coming together. It's probably better if I just wait somewhere instead of randomly walking about. The alley would probably be a good idea. I witnessed so many murders there in my dreams. That's probably the best bet if I want to find Shiki. Well then, I hide in the darkness and take a deep breath. Ready for an attack at any moment, I grip my knife. My heart is beating furiously. This may be imprudent, but my mind isn't out of control. Soon I will be battling Shiki. This will be extremely close to a fight to the death. I don't intend to kill, but the possibility of ending that way is high. Even still, my mind is calm. Has watching those dreams truly desensitized me towards killing? The only thing that's normal is my heart. It's the only thing that feels the tension of upcoming killing and beats a warning bell inside of me. Maybe it is the only true normalcy of Nanaya Shiki. I let out a deep breath. My insides are still overheating. Strange. My feelings are completely calm, so why is my blood racing to meet this vampire? Once before, I think I was searching for someone like this. I sense someone and instantly hide myself. The sound of footsteps. My pulse reaches new heights. The one who is coming is the one enemy I know I came here to defeat. The footsteps come closer. Only a few more steps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4. I dash towards the enemy. The enemy suddenly whirls to face me. The enemy tries to jump back, but I am many times faster. I swing my knife at the enemy's throat, without the slightest hesitation. Dun-dun! Dun-dun!
I knew it! I knew it!
Right before impact, I managed to pull back. The knife breezes through Akiha's hair. We both take a deep breath and point at the other at the same time. Nissan, what are you doing here? Akiha, what are you doing here? Well, I guess it's pretty obvious we're after the same thing. Akiha looks at me with eyes brimming with complaint. I think she's still mad at me for hugging Kohaku-san, but I can't worry about that right now. Akiha, just what are you doing here at this time of night? Is it not obvious? I am looking for Shiki so I can fulfill my duty as head of the Tono family. Akiha answers me. Akiha, I told you I'd take care of it, so there's no need for you to put yourself in danger like this. Didn't you agree to that? That may be true, but I changed my mind. Nissan, you seemed a little busy, so I thought I would go in your place. With a Akiha looks away. Akiha, I won't ask what you're angry about, but isn't that a different matter? This is between me and Shiki. I won't let you get involved in such a dangerous fight. Give it up. You are very naive if you keep saying that, Nissan. Look, Even now your body is getting weaker. So I will do whatever it takes to make you better. I will not listen to you if you tell me to stop. Akiha looks intently at me. She's dead serious. What you say is right. I really am happy that you worry over me this much. But isn't it tough? Shiki is your, Nissan? You are the only one I call Nissan. Certainly this is a difficult task, but someone has to do it, right? I was raised to fulfill my duty as the head of the Tono family, so all of this is under my own resolution. More importantly, Nissan, at your current health, what are you doing? Aren't you the one who was in danger from Shiki? Akiha adopts an incredibly commanding pose as she walks toward me with her finger pointed right at my throat. I unconsciously take a few steps back under this attack. See? You're already losing to me mentally. Look, you're just a normal human, so a monster like Shiki is too far above your level. I will escort you this night, but from now on, you have to take care of yourself. Akiha grabs my arm and walks off. Wait, Akiha, wait up! Oh, quiet. If you make it racket this late at night, you will just attract the police. I lose once again. Oh well. My body still isn't fully well, so I should just go back like she says. Nissan, please go back to your room. Is it ever established what causes Shiki to be Roa rather than Shiki? You mean like his appearance, whether he gets the brown hair or the white hair? Not necessarily. It could be that, as Shiki Nanaya gets closer to Akiha and the like, that's what might trigger Shiki Tono to, maintain more of his own consciousness. Akiha turns away, still a bit perturbed. Her black hair swishes in the air. For no reason whatsoever, I see her and feel this incredible uneasiness. Akiha. Yes? What is it, Nissan? I can trust it, right? I say that without really even knowing what I want to trust in. Akiha looks surprised for a moment. Yes, you have not done anything you need to worry about, so please rest. She says this with a completely unclouded smile. Akiha walks away. I mean, Roa is still in there. It's just a matter of whether Roa goes on full incarnation mode, I guess. My room is on the second floor in the western part of the mansion. Akiha's is in the eastern part. Does living under the same roof, but being so far away, make me that uneasy? With this lingering uneasiness that I still can't define, I open the door to my room. Locks of blood in her hair. I hear the voices of reed warblers. The distant moon. The night is dark. The veil of trees shrouds the entire world. The ground is jagged like the teeth of a saw. There isn't anyone around. All I can hear is the reed warblers. A black field. I instinctually feel homesick. As a child, as a small child, I always played in this forest. I always go out in the dead of night. Since my parents and siblings feel uneasy about getting seen by people, we usually don't go out during the day too much. So this is just like any other day. I walk out of the garden alone in that forest, and I encounter those people I don't know. The black field is an even darker shade today. It isn't a natural darkness. It's as if it was radiated from a dull lamp. The fresh carpeting of blood looks like wild berries. It is awfully hot. As I take each breath, it feels like I'm bringing fire into my lungs. The heat is as intense as summer. Is that why? I keep hearing those reed warblers in the chilled air. The wild berries are strewn all over the field. In the middle, a single bright red eye. I'm not entirely sure how how Shiki Tono was able to use what is somewhat akin to the mystic eyes. It's hard to say, but later during their confrontations, it's always pretty much confirmed that he's not as strong as Shiki Nanaya, with that blade anyway. In the middle, a single bright red eye. A stranger is standing in the field. It only has one eye. The eye shines with a red light. Looking like it's floating in empty air, its very existence screams abnormally. Since there is only one eye, its color doubles? Compared to that, the fresh blood seems like a chrome yellow of a far-off mountain, a scarlet deeper than red. A name for that has been passed down in the Nanaya oral tradition. Crimson Red Vermilion, a name that points to an existence that is awakened to the non-human blood of its ancestors. It describes a person whose ego is subsumed by a transcendental self and loses all sanity. It is said that the red evil eye is a sign of being possessed, like a mirage, something that shimmers behind it. Laughing around aimlessly as if insane, it doesn't look like it's having any fun. With the reed warbler's cry, its body becomes hazy. It disappears as if eaten by the surrounding bush. A voice calls me from the distance. I'm scared to be alone, so I should go towards the forest. Within the veil of trees, I hear sounds like they're having a festival. Crash, crunch, smash, splat. Nanaya Shiki walks toward the back of the forest. After passing through the field, I think back about that redness I saw earlier. How pitiful. When did it become so tired and hazy like that? It seemed incredibly strong, but at the same time very fragile. After finding out it doesn't have much longer to live, I continue towards the heart of the forest. It doesn't have much time to live? I open my eyes to the morning sun stretching from my window. Hot. My pajamas are drenched with sweat. It seems I had a weird dream. It was like that really old silent comedy film. I'm not too sure, but that one where the actor with a black derpy hat and mustache keeps getting in all sorts of situations. It was a dream where it felt like I was watching a movie. Okay, so, shit. I'm trying to remember who, what's the guy's name? There's Buster Keaton, and then there's the other guy. Charlie Chaplin. Duh. Charlie Chaplin. Come to think of it, I never did dream where I stayed at the Arimas. Actually, I never did dream since I was a kid. My doctor said that I sleep so deeply that I can't dream. Then maybe the dreams I see keep coming back to this mansion are actually my memories instead. Wait, isn't that what you call a dream? Well, I'll leave these little things for the scholars to debate. As a student, I should go to school. Alright, time to get up. I get up from bed. Actually, my body doesn't move. What? Why can't I move? I clench my teeth and summon all my strength. The blood rushes to my head, causing dizziness, and I manage to lift my upper body. Hot! My body is on fire. Damn, this is worse than yesterday. Yesterday, my body was just heavy, but now, just moving my arms is incredibly difficult. I see if I can lift my arm vertically. I finally lift it up. Just doing this expends all of my energy and takes me about a minute. What's going on? This is like a dead body, or maybe like a robot without any power. Either way, I can't move, but still my mind is sharp, and I don't feel any pain. Kohaku-san, I start to call her and then stop. Yesterday I said those things while I embraced her. I don't know what Kohaku-san thought of that. I don't think she knows that I thought about her and Hisui trading places. Sorry, that I know about her trading places. But it's still difficult for me to face her now. Akiha, hey! I try to say come, but I stop. Speaking loudly brings another wave of dizziness crashing into me. Shouting requires muscle use, and that probably puts a strain on the blood into my brain. I breathe shallowly. All I can do now is just wait like this until Hisui comes to wake me. It is highly suspect. In the end, I take off from school today. When Hisui came to wake me, she immediately turned pale and called for Akiha. As soon as she heard, Akiha came running, and I guess neither Akiha nor Kohaku-san knew what to do because they called the doctor in to perform an examination. As usual, it came up with nothing. As expected, Akiha ordered me to rest in bed afterwards. The sun sinks below the horizon. Lying on my side, I gaze emptily out the window. Damn it. I knew I should have settled things with Shiki last night, especially now that I became like this. While I'm like this, the number of victims will increase. No, even last night, after I came back with Akiha, Shiki may have already sucked another person's blood. Was it the wrong decision? Last night, maybe I should have stayed in that alley waiting for Shiki no matter what Akiha said. I have to go tonight. I can't cry over the fact that I can't move. I have to stop Shiki as soon as possible. I have to save up all my strength until tonight so I can do that. Shiki-san, are you awake? Kohaku-san opens the door and walks in. Kohaku-san, yes. It's been a whole day, hasn't it, Shiki-san? She closes the door with a smile. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I suddenly feel awkward and look away. I can't speak to her directly now. Not only am I worried too much about Shiki, but I also haven't figured out an excuse yet for my stupidity last night. Shiki-san, why do you look so down? You really don't feel well? She looks into my face. No, that's not it, but... Blushing furiously, I somehow manage a calm response. This is bad. I said it would be difficult to meet her, but just seeing her face uplifts me. Since I couldn't see her for a whole day, just having her beside me makes me so happy. I forget about Shiki. Kohaku-san, I thought the IV was already done. All the same, I need to keep my distance from her. I broke my promise to Hisui and held her. I don't know what she thinks about what happened yesterday, but as for me, I finally realized how I feel. We're on day 9, and usually there's like 12 nights, right? I have no clue what I'll do if she's close to me. If there's nothing, please leave. If Akiha sees you, you'll be in trouble. I do have something. I thought that I would ask if you wanted anything special tonight to eat. To eat? Since I'm like this, I think something easily digestible would be best. Don't worry about such delicate matters, Shiki-san. The doctor said you could eat as you please, so tonight I'll make you whatever you want to eat. I do have foods I like, but I think right now nutrition is more important than taste. I see, then something really nutritious. I have to get as much power as possible to stop Shiki tonight. Huh? Stop yourself, Shiki-san? Kohaku-san confusedly tilts her head. Crap. I let that slip without even thinking about it. Wait a minute. She has to know about Shiki. When Akiha was drinking Kohaku-san's blood, they were discussing Shiki. Even Hisui knew I was adopted. Then there's no way Kohaku-san doesn't know about Shiki. I see, you know about it. Do I know what? That I was adopted, and that Akiha has a killer brother called Shiki. Her smile freezes. I see. Shiki-san, you found out about it. But that's just for an instant. Kohaku's act of Hisui from the past doesn't crumble. But Shiki-sama is no longer in this world. You are the only eldest son of the Tono family now. I think it's best you forget about it. She keeps smiling. The same smile she had when discussing the evening menu. I want to forget it, but I can't. I can't forgive what the Tono blood did. My old man. He turned you into nothing more than a smiling doll. And I can't leave Shiki alone. As long as he's being a vampire, I can't ever be Akiha's brother. I can't give that girl back her ribbon either. This is the only thing I can do. I don't know how to save this person or erase the sin of Tono Makihisa. All I can do right now is stop the killer Shiki and extinguish that Tono blood. I want to do this with my own hands. I can't leave him alone, but more than that, I want to help you, Kohaku-san. Idiot. I keep saying these stupid things. Thinking selfishly. Thinking that I can save Kohaku by doing that. Such selfish things. What am I saying? But anyway, this is a problem of the Tono family, so I will end it. There is no need for you or Hisui to worry. Kohaku-san doesn't say anything. Her smile also ceases. Kohaku-san, did I say something wrong? No. Do you really mean that? What does she mean? Shiki-san, you know that Akiha-sama leaves the mansion every night? Yeah. It's her responsibility as the head of the Tono family to look for Shiki. I told her to stop, but she doesn't listen. I don't believe it. You didn't hear from Akiha-sama? Wait, Kohaku-san, hear what? Kohaku-san doesn't answer, but she isn't acting normal. Even someone thick-headed like me can tell. My pulse starts to increase. Akiha-sama is lying to you, Shiki-san. Shiki-sama was not exactly a blood-sucking demon. It's the body warmth of others. Not the blood, but the heat. Hey, 3Dark7, thank you. Thank you so much. Why is lol a donation? No, it's a good thing. I'm happy. My pulse goes crazy. The combination of those facts and her serious eyes makes me imagine something bad. Wait. Please, just wait. This is unconsciously something I avoided thinking about. Please, wait. It's okay. You don't have to say anything. Shiki-san? The one known as Tono Shiki is no longer in this world. Certainly Shiki-sama was a blood-sucking demon and killed people on the streets. But that is all over. 5 days ago, by Akiha-sama's water time. "5 days ago, by Akiha-sama's hand, Shiki-sama was exterminated. That dream. The dream of the killer being killed by Akiha. That wasn't what I saw. It was what Shiki was watching in his final moments. The Shiki that killed people and drank their blood is no longer alive. So that means all the recent incidents, they're all... Shiki's no longer alive. Long gone. The only one that's left, leaving every night to walk the streets, the blood-sucking demon named Tono Akiha. Oh, wait, whoops. That's his end of the sentence. The blood-sucking demon named Tono Akiha. Oh, shit! Shiki-san! Ignoring her voice, I fly out of the room. Running. My body is engulfed in pain, but that doesn't matter. I don't think about anything. I don't want to think about anything until I hear the truth from Akiha's mouth. Nothing else. What is that? There's that song. It's like that Gin Blossom song, Till I Hear It From You. Running toward her room at the east end of the mansion. Breathing wildly, I open her heavy double door without knocking. I look around the room. Akiha elegantly gets up from her chair as soon as she sees me. What is it, Nissan? Entering without knocking is pretty rude, you know. I catch my breath as I stare at her. No, I'm definitely glaring at her without realizing it. Akiha senses the emotion in my look. Nissan, did something happen? I take one more deep breath and calm my breathing. Suppressing the pulse in my chest, I glare as I speak. Akiha, what is the meaning of this? Her face tightens. With just those words, she probably figured out what I was going to say. After staring at me wordlessly, she walks casually over to the windowsill. You know, I do love this windowsill. It gives me power when talking to you. Ha 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 ha, the deep sky, the red rays of the sun glaring through the sky and into the room. Like 3 days ago, she leans her back to the crimson sky. I'm not sure what you mean, Nii-san. Could you be a little more specific? Dizziness assails me. Is it just a trick of the eyes? I thought I saw something hazy around her. Danger fills the air. It must be the fault of that glowing sky behind her. Akiha's hair looks crimson, my whole body creaks. Nii-san, if you don't say anything, I can't help. Or will you go back to your room and pretend nothing happened? Akiha giggles. With that, I understand she was really deceiving me all along. Akiha, why? You already know why I killed Shiki. I'm the head of the Tono family. It's my responsibility to exterminate those that become controlled by the Tono blood. What I did by consensus of the family, or was by consensus of the family. And even you wanted to kill him. The hairs on my body stand on end. What is this? Who is this person in front of me? Who is it that takes away my breath through sheer pressure? No, that's not what I meant. Oh? Well then, there's no problem. Killing someone who isn't human isn't a sin, right? It's just like killing a dog that attacks people. It is on the same level. A dog that attacks people is a poorly trained dog. There is someone else to blame, usually, in that case. Unless they're, I guess, imagining, like a wild dog, I suppose. They don't have an owner, and that's kind of the point. Kind of the problem. I said that it's not about that. What I want to say is, why did you hide it from me? Ah, that. It's boring asking me such an obvious question. Hey, Nii-san, asking someone you know the answer to. Something you know the answer to is not a question, but a confirmation. If that's the case, I can only nod. The air around her shimmers. The curtains waver like a mirage. Her long hair illuminated red by the setting sun. My body screams at me to kill her. You killed Shiki 5 days ago. Yes, Akiha nods. 5 days ago, that night when she collapsed. Hugging me while she was crying, trying to hold something back. Then the recent vampire incidents aren't the work of Shiki. They're all your doing. Yes, Akiha nods. The detached building in the forest, where Akiha was sucking Kohaku-san's blood. At that time, Shiki was already gone, and Akiha was still committing those acts. Kohaku-san even asked me why Kohaku-san even asked why Akiha was... Jesus Christ, I don't know why I'm stopping on that. I think the honorifics are fucking my brain. Kohaku-san even asked why Akiha wasn't satisfied with her with just her blood. What a weird line. Why? Shiki was, but you don't seem strange. Yes, I'm not like Shiki. It's obvious because I'm drinking Kohaku's blood, so I don't become like him. Then, why aren't you satisfied with just her blood? You said it yourself, so why? Why are you doing the same things as Shiki? It is the influence of Shiki. This is my failure, Nii-san. My power is not something that excludes anything or destroys. It is the power to plunder. I stole Shiki's life from him. But at the same time, it seems I also took something not good. Something not good? Something that wasn't in her before? Something that's in her now. That's, how do I put this? Ever since I killed Shiki, I became unable to suppress my emotions any longer. I became unusually strong-minded, and my lust takes shape when I normally would have just kept it inside. So I guess I just became honest with the desires I held back for so long. I needed Kohaku's blood to maintain my body, but I was getting bored of that taste since I'd been drinking it for a few years. Yes, you probably won't understand, but the first time I tasted the blood of someone other than Kohaku, it was simply amazing. It was so delicious I thought I would go insane. She smiles from the bottom of her heart. The wavering mirage. The only time I sensed this danger was when No, that was Shiki. When Shiki was killed in that dream. Akiha, you... Don't look at me like that. I only stole their blood. Shiki took their lives as well, so you should not look at me like that, Nissan. Only their blood? Akiha is neither defiant nor remorseful. She just smiles as she looks at me and speaks as if it was a matter of course. Hey, thank you for the donation, Chris. That's awesome. Was that Vergara? Yeah, we've reached 2K, and so after this stream, which is coming up pretty soon, I'll be wrapping up the stream today pretty soon. I will be releasing the picture I have promised of the daichan. I can hardly breathe. Akiha's enjoying this. I came to confront her, but it seems like she's just killing her boredom. What is this? This is like a killer truly enjoying insanity. Stop messing around. Why, Akiha? There's something wrong with you. Somehow warding off her gaze, I take a step closer. It must have worked because she swallows her words. You must know too. What you're saying isn't right. I take another step. After looking away peevishly, she bites her lip and glares at me. There's nothing wrong. I drink the blood of other people only for your sake. Huh? My legs stop. After she strongly bites her lip, she relaxes. Apparently I butcher so much other pronunciation, I guess I just got lucky. I already told you. You were killed by Shiki 8 years ago. You are not of the mixed blood of the Tono family, but you are just a normal person. You did not have any power to live after Shiki stole your life force from you. But I could not allow that. You were killed protecting me, so I was the one that should have died. $2K with 50 viewers. I mean, it's been a fluctuating amount of viewers this entire time, I feel like. But yeah, it's gotten lower since I started. Which is sad, because Akiha's stuff is very interesting. Akiha and Kohaku. I was saved by your bloody body. You were already dead, but you still protected me. I do not remember everything that happened afterwards clearly, but I just remember thinking only that it would have been better if I died instead of you. That wish was granted. See, it's like what happens in a fairy tale. Like giving your blood to dead birds and dogs so they can live again. I didn't read that fairy tale, Jesus. My power is really the opposite. But I guess I put that curse on you. You miraculously recovered. And ever since that day, I've carried a load. Come to think of it. It was only natural. It's because I shared half of my life with you, Nissan. Everything goes black. So I'm alive because of Akiha? And at the same time, because of that, Akiha has to live with that terminal illness? Akiha, that time you had that fit, it was all my fault? Yes. As long as I keep you alive, I have to use the powers of the Tono blood. If I do that, my human blood becomes thinned. If it becomes too weak, I will become someone less than human, just like Shiki. To prevent that, I have to only use the minimum. Water time. One of the nicer YouTubers? Are people being mean? To prevent that, I have to only use the minimum amount of my powers. But if I do that, I can only maintain your life and I can't support my own body. As a result, those fits occur. Sensing the danger, my body tells me to stop providing you with energy, or just become one with the Tono blood. It's only thanks to Kohaku that I've been able to resist it this long. As a synchronizer, she can strengthen one's will. I regularly drank her blood to strengthen the human part of Tono Akiha. Before I realize it, my whole body staggers. Akiha's sucking of blood. It's completely my fault. As long as I'm alive, Akiha has to live as the Tono. But I thought that if I killed Shiki, it would be solved. If Shiki died, then he would no longer be able to steal your life. Ah, that's right. If Shiki is no longer alive, then I could have my life to myself, so I wouldn't be anemic anymore. But it really is funny. If anyone other than me had killed Shiki, then you would have been back to normal. Didn't I tell you? I stole everything from Shiki. I do not have the power to synchronize like Kohaku. What I stole, I cannot give to anyone else. Drama alert. That's kind of weird to think that they'd be dying, because that's literally... they thrive off of drama. She strangely gives a heartfelt smile and pure self-deprecation. After killing Shiki, I felt a weight lifted from me. Those spasms I had every evening did not occur, and it felt great. I do not need to say why, do I? Because in place of Shiki, I'm now stealing your life. But I just took it and can't give it back to you, Nissan. Unlike Shiki, I do not have the ability to fuse. Yes, you were fused with Shiki. Certainly, Shiki took away life from you, but it returned when you slept. But it returned to you when he slept. But that's no longer the case. That is why you have trouble moving now. That is why I have to continue supplying you with energy more than before. For that reason, I need to accumulate energy from people's blood. After saying this, Akiha walks away from the glowing red window. Nissan, maybe I am just a blood-sucking demon, but it's all for your sake. Will you still not allow it? Not as Tono Shiki, but will you kill me as Nanaya Shiki? I don't know what to say. Whatever she says, I'm Tono Shiki. Yeah, good night, dude. I won't become what I don't even remember as Nanaya. But my body is different. Just seeing Akiha causes all the strength in my body to coil like a spring. It's like it's trying to do something to the non-human Tono Akiha. No, it isn't about Tono or Nanaya. I just don't want you, as Akiha, to have to drink blood. I don't want you to be like Shiki. Nissan, I'm doing this for your sake. Don't you understand that? Even that time, I told you how I felt, and you didn't even say anything. I told you that I loved you, so why do you have to look, So why do you look at another woman? Ah, there it goes. Love? But that's like brother and sister. Even if we're not connected by blood, we're still siblings. Don't say such stupid things. It is not stupid. Because we are siblings, I can't love you. Haven't you ever heard of wincest? Her voice echoes through the room. That may be the first time she's yelled like that. Akiha's shoulders rise and fall as she pants heavily and bites her lip regretfully. Akiha. Nissan, I don't care if I become no longer human. If that means you can live, then I do not care what happens. So please, look only at me. I was always waiting for you. You came back. Now that you came back, do not betray me. Her fingers tremble as she says this. She closes her mouth and awaits my response. She wants me only to look at her? I didn't think Akiha, with her pride, would ever actually say that. Enjoy doing your errands. Yeah. Have a good one. But that's wrong, Akiha. Without a doubt, she is dear to me. Akiha has saved me up until now. So I want to grant her wishes as much as I can. But still, she's my sister. I hear banjos! I can't love her in any other way. Because the one I think of most isn't her. Akiha, I can't return your feelings. My special person is someone else. Akiha is calm, as if she knew that from the start. She closes her eyes quietly and distances herself. Her footsteps. She walks to the window. The wind blows her long hair freely. Oh, but Nissan, you do not have a choice. Her eyes become glaciers. In that instant, my body collapses to the floor loudly. Breathe. I can't breathe. This is worse than anything before. I really can't breathe. My arms and legs won't move. How is it, Nissan? Returning to how it was 8 years ago. I can hear her laughter. I somehow manage to look up. Her eyes are filled with pleasure as she looks at my deteriorating, fragile situation. I told you, your body is alive only because of me. Do you understand? I just have to think it and you will die. That is the life of Tono Shiki, Nissan. Her voice reaches my ear like a whisper. My heat cools down. I feel like I'm rapidly tumbling toward death. My senses start to drain away, and I'm scared that if I let my guard down, I will totally disappear. What she is saying is the truth. Akiha clutches my very heart in her hands right now. You're pretty strong-willed. I took enough energy away to cause you to pass out already. Her finger lowers. Her finger traces on my back. Ouch! Her nail finds the scars on my back. Beautiful. The cuts I gave you are still here. That night. Those marks she gave me when she was holding me and crying. So I will ask once more, Nissan. I am the most important person to you, right? Her whispering voice next to my ear. Her senses are just about completely gone. If I don't answer, I might die. Answer. I will not be gentle forever, you know. You've got to be kidding me! Using her power like this on me. I won't cave in. Jeez. You really are strong-willed, Nissan. Her finger pulls away. I understand. I will give you until tomorrow to think about it calmly. Akiha walks away from me and picks up something that looks like a receiver. Kohaku, come to my room. There is something I need you to carry. Her voice sounds happy. I can't think well. All I can understand is that Kohaku-san will be here soon. The door opens and Kohaku-san arrives. Shiki-san! I think she realizes I'm on the floor. She runs to me. Shiki-san! Hang in there, Shiki-san! My mind must be really messed up. Kohaku-san, she sounds so tense. I don't believe it. Akiha-sama, what have you done? Nothing. I just showed Nissan how things stand. It seemed he would not understand me unless I told his body. But I can't let him just lie here all night, so can you take him to his room? He will be in that state at least until tomorrow night. Akiha turns away. It seems like she's going to her bedroom. That fiery aura swirls behind her back like a mirage. Shiki-san, can you stand? I can. That's what I meant to say, but I can't even do that. Kohaku-san lends me her shoulder. I hardly feel like I'm alive, let alone able to walk. The cable that lets the human Tono Shiki move around seems to have been cut. Looking at my vision in pieces, it seems I've gone out into the hallway. Night falls. Tono Shiki is lying in bed. My wheezing drowns out the ticking of the clock. My body feels like every joint is bursting like a firecracker. Consciousness comes in shards. And I'm afraid to do this to y'all, but I think I'm going to wrap it up right now. It is now 6 o'clock. My stream has continued for 4 hours. I will be finishing up the entire game, the rest of Tsukihime, on Thursday. But since you guys have been generous as fuck, $2,000 has been reached this stream, so I will be releasing the daichan art rather shortly after ending the stream, so look forward to it. Definitely check out my newest video, which is talking about actually good 3D anime that exists in the world, as opposed to the CG nightmares we're used to. And Definitely that video requires or deserves some more views. And on Friday, I'll be releasing a video on VR chat, which has all sorts of really awesome Fate stuff that I wasn't able to show you the last time I did VR chat. But yes. If it ends in 2 hours, that's fine. Maybe I will go through those other scenes you were talking about. But yes. And until next time, celebrate your fandom.